Is the presentation on the screen? Is it? Okay. All right, so we'll start on the existing round of applause. So you continue.
Good morning, Chairman of this session. Let me start by welcoming everybody to this event today. My name is Pharmacist Dr. Abu Said Kamaldin. I'll be representing the Kwara Zone to present the activities we did in the last 1 year. So, NAIP Kwara is made up of 7 active companies, and we are led by our able chairman, Pharmacist Bambe Benga. And these are, from the slides you are seeing, those are the companies in Kwara State. We have Tuiv, Standard, Bauraj, Rajab, SAM, Kwara Chemical, and Biomedical. So I'll quickly go to the activities we had, which I have summarized into 6 broad topics. First of all, donations to PSN Kwara State Secretariat. The PSN Kwara State, the Secretariat of the PSN Kwara State, before now, did not have a functional generator. The generator they had was always on and off, obsolete, and was not working. So the PSN, NAIP Kwara State decided to get them a 6.5 kVA electricity generating set worth about 300,000 to meet the electricity need. Then in addition, last year, the PSN Kwara State was also embarking on remodeling the secretariat, and the remodeling was tagged to be to cost them about 2 million naira, and NAIP Kwara decided to foot about 1/4 of that bill by donating a sum of 500,000 naira to PSN Kwara State. So this is the picture of the generator we donated. This is the side view, and you can see the PSN Kwara branded it to show that it was the NAIP that donated it. And this is the picture of the front. This is the front view of the secretariat, and which has since been completed and recommissioned. Then secondly, we also made donations to some PSN Kwara activities. So in a bid to make ensuring that there was a successful PSN Kwara Pharmacy Week last year, we donated to the PSN 300 branded T-shirts, which costed us over 400,000 naira. And the T-shirts were used for one of the programs in the week, which was Work Against Drug Abuse. Also, NAIP also participated alongside with other technical groups in the state to mark the last World Pharmacy Day. We also donated a sum of 100,000 to PSN Kwara, which was the coordinating body for the World Pharmacy Day. Some of the programs that took place that day included talk show, health walk, distribution of sanitizers, among others. So this is a picture of sample of the T-shirts we donated to them. 3, donations made to Pharmacy Department, Kwara State Ministry of Health. NAIP leadership in Kwara State paid a courtesy call to the Director of Pharmaceutical Services, and during the interaction, we observed some things. When we were there, we observed that if they wanted to print something, they would write it on a sheet of paper, they would send their messenger to go and print it outside. So we, in the wisdom of the ESCOs of NAIP, we decided to donate a printer to the Ministry of Health. Then we also observed that in the course of our interaction, as at the time we went, the Kwara the Kwara State Ministry of Health, Pharmacy Department, we allocated 3 rooms. And those 3 rooms were not well equipped, to the extent that the leadership of the ministry told them that if they don't equip those 3 rooms adequately enough for use, they were going to withdraw one of the rooms from them. So we thought that that shouldn't be so. Also, during the visit, they also complained about their PIC activities. They were lacking some logistics to be able to carry out those activities. So because of this, we donated an office table and chair to them, which they used as part of the equipment they used in furnishing the 3rd room, which was to be withdrawn from them. And we also donated a sum of 50,000 naira to the ministry to carry out their PIC activity effectively. So this, when we're presenting the printer to the DPS, standing close to the DPS is my able chairman, Pharmacist Bambe, and the then secretary. Number 4, the World Kidney Day. NAIP Kwara marked the last World Kidney Day on the 11th of March, 2021, by sponsoring and featuring in a radio program at Sobi FM, where we educated members of the public on related health issues regarding the kidney, the care for the kidney, and other things they needed to know. So we invited 2 clinical experts from within the state that represented us at the radio program. And this is a picture of us when we were at the station. The team was led by my humble self. 5, we also marked the World Malaria Day by doing the following activities. We donated drugs, foodstuffs and provision valued at about 100,000 to 2 orphanage homes. And we held health talks on malaria to students and teachers at 2 boarding secondary schools. We chose those 2 schools carefully to be sure that we cover the 2 genders adequately. One of the schools were purely male school, the other one was purely a female school. GSS, that's Government Secondary School Ilorin, is a male school, while Queen School is a female school. So after the health talk, we donated malaria-related drugs like anti-malaria, hematinics, analgesics to their clinics. And this is a picture of a donation made to one of the orphanage homes, which is actually situated outside the state capital. And this is the second donation to another orphanage home. This is one of the health talk we held at GSS by one of our members. And this is also when we're presenting some of those drugs to the principal of GSS, Ilorin. This is a picture showing a cross-section of the students we talked to at Queen School. We actually met them during lunch, so we held the talk in their dining hall after they had their lunch. And this is our vice chairman, NAIP Kwara, who talked to the students at Queen's School. So this is a cross-section of members when we are about to take off with some of the drugs that we donated during the outing. So finally, NAIP Kwara engaged in appreciating some pharma company CEO. So as a form of appreciating some of the prominent pharma company CEOs in Kwara State for their support to NAIP over the years, the leadership of NAIP Kwara paid a thank you visit to some prominent CEOs. Appreciation letters and plaques were presented to them. We actually visited about five out of the 6 companies that I earlier listed in the earlier slides. And this is a picture showing us presenting a plaque to the Tuil Pharma CEO. And the second slide here shows us presenting same to the CEO of Raja Pharma. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to NAIP Zone Kwara. Please let's give another round of applause to them. Thank you very much. I would now like to call on Oyo Zone to deliver their presentation. Please give them a round of applause as they come forward. If you will be representing your zone and you're yet to send your slides to us, please meet the technical team so that they can help present your slides. Thank you.
Good morning, the chairman of this section, my very senior colleagues, and everybody here present. My name is Mafo Raphael Omoniyi. I'm here representing NAIP Oyo State, Ibadan Zone. I've come to present the activity of NAIP at Oyo State level under the chairmanship of Farm Ajiboye Rostom Razak. Firstly, I will start with our activities for the year 2019. Firstly, NAIP Oyo State comprises of 17 active companies, starting with Bond Chemicals, Christian Pharma, Greenville Pharma, Sofac, Pharmaceutical Limited, Bentos Pharmaceutical Limited, Juris Nigeria Limited, Dana Pharmaceutical Limited, Elixir Global Fixing, and on like that. So, our capitation fees, if a zone has been consistent in the payment of capitation fee every year. For example, in year 2018, we paid 170,000 naira. So, for the year 2018, also 19, for the year 2019, we paid 200,000 naira. So, and every third Thursday of the month, we hold our meetings. So in order to facilitate and encourage our members for meetings, there was a rotation of meetings to each company in Oyo State. During that, we're able to meet with the managing director or CEO of this company, and also by that we have been able to pull our members together to participate actively in the activity of the association. So, one of the activities that was carried out by NAIP in 2018 was the invitation from University of Ibadan Faculty of Pharmacy, where NAIP was asked to give a talk on product profit-oriented research, industry academic collaboration. And our chairman, Farm Razak Ajiboye Rostum, Farm Joseph Salako, Farm Clement Adeboye were there to make their contributions. And again, in the year 2018, NAIP Oyo State was able to conduct an advocacy program, public enlightenment program, to the students of Government College, Apata, and the program was tagged Work Against Drug Abuse and Drug Addiction. We can see that in our society nowadays, there is increase in the abuse of drugs among our youth. So we took the active steps to reach out to them, to explain to them the reason why they should stay away from drug abuse, and also encourage them to relate that to their colleagues, family, relatives, so that we can have a drug-free society. And we also, during the program, we're also able to enlighten them and educate them what the consequences of drug abuse and addiction. And again, the reason why people take to drug abuse was also discussed with them. You can see the cross-section picture of the program at Government College, Akpata, in year 2018. So this is our chairman, Farm Razak Ajiboye. This is Farm Salako. Is a pity is now late. I can see the cross-section of the picture of the students that benefited from the program. So, also in year 2018, NAIP Oyo State was able to hear an advocacy program on radio at Fresh FM Ibadan, located at Challenge on World Pharmacy Day 2018. Here, the theme of the program was Pharmacist, your medicine expert. So, during the program, we were able to discuss role of NAIP in producing drugs, and then talk about codeine abuse, which is common among the youth, fake drug syndromes, pharmacist-doctor relationship in public health, stress, among others. So that's a picture of the radio program on the World Pharmacist Day in 2018. You can see our chairman and other members of the association in the studio. Every year, NAIP Oyo State has been presenting gifts to the best students in pharmaceutical chemistry and pharmaceutics and industrial department in the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Ibadan. So, the association gives the sum of 25,000 naira each to the best students. So that means every year, NAIP Oyo State gives 50,000 naira to the best graduating student in pharmaceutical chemistry and pharmaceutics and industrial department of Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Ibadan. So that's a picture of the student that got the gift. In 2019, our activity continued with a program tagged Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, Health for Justice. So, during this program, NAIP was able to reach out to the public and discuss the consequences of drug abuse and illicit trafficking to them. So, okay. So that's our activity in year 2018. So also, in year 2020, we have some activities carried out. IT, please. for the interruption. So, during the year 2020, NAIP Oyo State was able to carry out some activities also in form of advocacy program and public enlightenment and education. Okay. You can see this picture. Oh no. Okay, let me go to. Okay. So, okay, let me go like this. That's it. Yes. Okay. So, for the year 2021, NAIP Oyo State paid a capitation fee of ₦850,000, and we were able to conduct an advocacy program on work against drug abuse and addiction at Shango Motor Park, that's my garage, very close to the Polytechnic of Ibadan. That's a picture of the members that participated in the program. You can see our chairman, Krishat, the Pharmacist of Krishat, and myself at the extreme right. So the picture of the drive. Actually, we talked to the garage workers, the drivers, the agberos, and the market people, those who selling drugs, selling stuff to them at the garage. Okay, sir. So, I think that's a end of our presentation on our activities at NAIP Oyo State. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. Thank you very much to Kwara and Oyo States for their presentations. I'd like to welcome you all to the 24th Annual National Conference of NAIP. Yesterday, the conference began on a grand note, and today we will be continuing the conference and ending with a dinner and, of course, an award ceremony to recognize pharmacists and pharmaceutical scientists amongst us who have been incredible in their work in the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria. I would like to introduce myself once again. I am Pharmacist Taiwo Olawayemi, and I shall be comparing today's event alongside Pharm Charles, who will be joining me later. This conference seeks to recognize the role of technological revolution and its adoption in industrial pharmacy practice. I would like to, of course, to recognize the distinguished personalities we have in our midst. I saw pharmacist Benga Falabi, who is the General Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I'm not sure if he's still in the hall. I would also like to recognize Professor Chimezie Anyakora, who is a professor of pharmaceutical and analytical chemistry, the CEO of Bloom Public Health. It's great to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. I will also like to recognize Dr. Monica Emunjeze, who is the Director, Drug Registration and Regulatory Affairs Directorate of NAFDAC. It's great to have you here, ma'am. Thank you very much. It is therefore important, in fact, to recognize the presence of the chairman, NAIP, who has led the team to have this incredible conference, this conference that has been highly talked about by all of us. I would like to appreciate you for the great work you have done, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. Please let's give our chairman a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst a true giant, one we are incredibly honored to have in our midst. He is the chairman of today's occasion, the CEO of Business School Netherlands, a leader, an incredible leader, and indeed a highly revered mentor to all of us, Professor Larry Bale. It's great to have you here, sir. I would like to welcome you and invite you to the stand as you deliver your opening remarks. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes forward. Please keep clapping as he comes forward. Thank you very much, sir.
What's your name? Okay. Let me thank my sister, Taiwo, for a beautiful introduction. I was told that I didn't know the opening remarks would come so early. I was trying to pick some things and cram some things ready. So, let me first and foremost, I've had a private discussion with my brother Ignatius weeks ago about the credible things they had succeeded in doing. First, the first pharmacist to bring a conference to Marriott Hotel. I'm looking backwards. I've always believed that the industrial pharmacist should be a pace setter in the pharma industry. I spent 25 years in the pharma industry before I started picking chalk and using blackboard. And but I've not been able to divert myself away from industrial pharmacy itself. And I realized the incredible level of education that we receive in the industry. And my desire is that the industrial pharmacy should actually be not just a pace setter, but the driver of the major things that we desire to see in pharmacy. You're all aware that about 5 years ago, we have here Dr. Monica Emojeze and a couple of about 22 other people. About 5 years ago, we worked up till about 3 years ago, working on a project of Vision 2050. And I realized that my little knowledge of the industrial pharmacy helped in understanding the need to bridge the gap between industry and the academia. And so when I was having a discussion with Ignatius a few weeks ago, I did mention that this is one of the biggest challenge that we have, and it was reflected in Vision 2050. I will possibly send a copy to, electronic copy to Ignatius for distribution to industrial pharmacists. So it's about 160-something pages. It's not a strategy document. It is a vision. And part of the vision is if there's a strong handshake between the industry, versus, we are already having a handshake with community pharmacy. We're having a handshake with hospital pharmacies. So a strong handshake with the academia will go a long way in providing the insight and creativity in academics into the industry, become commercialized. Then our professors in the university will be able to have patents that can be commercialized and they will become rich. I worked for Pfizer for 25 years, and within those periods, I recognized the fact that a large number of people are in Groton. That's the research center. They are multi-millionaires. They may not be visible, they may not be talking to the press, but they are highly rewarded for their patents and for their contribution to drug development. So today, as we look at the NAIP consolidating the gains of the past year's review of major initiatives, I'm not Farm Anuku. I will allow him to be the one to give the details. But some of the things that I've realized is, one, the need for us to consolidate on some of the gains, to be much more focused. I used to joke generally that somebody like him has had cause to go into politics or providing leadership for NAIP. But somebody like me, I just want to do my things at my own pace. So it is better for me not to be in the heart of the politics. I hope that whoever is coming after Ignatius will be able to continue, consolidate on the foundation that he has laid, and be able to build towers over what he has laid as solid foundation to ensure that industrial pharmacy continue to be relevant. Before I take my seat, I wanted to just take the opportunity to also, because the session is subdivided into two, the first is to update the audience and our guest speakers on the three major initiatives. The Pharma Park project, which is a very big initiative of this regime, another big round of applause. The fund for Pharmanuku and his colleagues. The funding of the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in the academia based on collaboration and based on the project of Nigerian Medicine Development Project, which is a very strong bridge between industry and academia, and the need to strategize on workforce development. The most important, Singapore does not have any form of mineral resource or things like that. They have fish in the ocean. The only thing they have is knowledge, intellectual capacity. And so it's important that as we discuss these issues, we appreciate the major contributors who will be talking along with him, the likes of Professor Imeje, Professor Yakura, and Pharmacist Anuku. During the second sessions, we were able to assess the available opportunities for financing these initiatives. And we hope Mr. Yusuf, Philip Yila, and Tolulope Adewale will be available to talk around the funding. But before I finally take my seat, I always use opportunity like this to remember the early pharmacists. The first pharmacy was opened by Mr. Richard Zacchaeus Bailey in the year 1887. And it's important to know that pharmacy had been extended for many years. And these people, they have a vision. They may not be alive today to see some of the things we've done, but I'm sure what we are doing today is significantly a huge difference from what it used to be in 1887. The industrial pharmacy practice itself wouldn't have been possible without May and Baker. I think May and Baker deserve a big round of applause, and I'm so glad to see them here as well. They started in 1944. Glasgow and Pfizer started in 1954. And you just imagine what pharmacy practice would have looked like if these manufacturers were not there. Without the manufacturers, there would be very few likelihood of people like us coming up as pharmaceutical representatives. When I joined the industry in 1981, they used to be called medical representatives. But Pfizer changed that game in 1984. I said, we no longer call our people medical representatives. We are pharmacists. We will call them pharmaceutical representatives. There's a big difference. And I feel that every pharmaceutical company must abide with that simple, comply with that simple thing. We are pharmaceutical representatives. We are pharmacists who are educating the medics on the structure-activity relationship of medicine, on mode of action, on distribution, how the structure, how the moieties, how the totality of the structure affects rate of absorption, the issue of distribution, metabolism, excretion, side effects, safety, drug-drug interaction, drug-food interaction, and so on and so forth. And we must not be shy to call ourselves what really we are. Because we are involved not just in production and importation, we are also involved with issue of marketing. I developed the little knowledge I have in marketing in the pharma industry. And it was so easy to just, and I know that there are over 300 registered pharmaceutical premises as industrial pharmacies. About 115 of them are said to be manufacturing. But when I joined the pharma industry, the industrial pharmacists I met, some of them have gone, but many are still with us. I recollect very well they come to Pfizer for meetings. I recollect Dr. Fred Adinika, who was one of the senior managers in Pfizer, eventually became managing director of Boots, and eventually PAMFAM. He's now an former chairman of Pharmacist Council. I remember Robert Tade, who used to host them, John Akib of Pfizer, John Akibini of Roche, late Ogundibo of Glasgow, Ebenezer Adeleke, who is today in community pharmacy, used to be the head of farm for Nicholas Laboratory. Susan Oremule used to be in Vitabiotics, and one of the earliest ladies to rise to that high level during those periods. Beodun Longe, who retired into being a referent of Upper Room Baptist Church, used to be the head of pharmacy, pharmaceuticals in SKNF. Mr. Sarumi used to be in Bicha. I was head country manager for Bencard Bicha. Adetula used to be in Boringa Hingalem. Dr. Ibrahim, who was a lecturer in ABU, was among the pioneers for biopharmaceutics. I think it's called biopharmaceutics in the Lorry those days. Used to produce infusions. The likes of ABU Zaria was one of the leading universities that started real commercial production. I used to supply ABU Teaching Hospital with drugs. So these are part of the industry that I met. And I remember very well as well, there used to be a chemist in Ibadan called Oli Chemist. It used to produce all the entrepreneurial preparations. Now, we should not forget these people as we build on history of NAIP. These are the people who lay the foundation for whatever we are enjoying today. And anybody who is not interested in history will never be able to know where you need to project the things. It's on this note, I would like to say, with the theme of the use of technology, we'll be building on whatever these people have laid, and it's my expectation that we will use technology to drive pharmacy education, drive pharmacy inclusion. The primary vision that we have is that pharmacists should be treated as primary health care providers. They will be fully recognized, they will be respected at the hospital level, at the community level, and at the industry level. It also means we must go beyond just merely detailing and marketing our goods. We need to support them from perspective of pharmacy education, because we know what is happening outside. So pharmaceutical companies must sponsor, e.g., things that will enhance community pharmacy practice, things that will enhance hospital pharmacy practice. Why am I saying this? In the days I was in the pharma industry, we used to sponsor programs, continuing education programs that will enhance the the skills of the pharmacists, including use of P&L, stock management, just those little things. They go a long way in building the capacity of the people who are part of the value chain of the industrial pharmacy practice. Ladies and gentlemen, as I take my seat, I would like to thank the Association of Industrial Pharmacists, NAIP, for giving this great opportunity. Of course, there are people who will be talking with us, who will be presenting to us. I would like to know from Taiwo, are you introducing them? One by one. So, but let me just mention, the people who will be discussing with us today will include Farm Anuku, Professor Martin Semeje, who was in touch with few weeks ago, as well as Professor Chimeze Ayakora. As soon as we have Mr. Yusuf Philip Yila, as well as Tulu Lokwe Adewale being here, they will be participating in the discussion. I'd like to call on Taiwo once again. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope, even though I didn't have time to cram many things, I hope the little discussion I've been able to make is enough for today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Such a wonderful presentation from the chairman of today's occasion. Please let's give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Like he already mentioned, we will be having a strategic conversation on NAIP, how we can consolidate on the gains of past years while reviewing the major initiatives of NAIP. You will all agree with me that NAIP has made giant strides in Nigeria's pharmaceutical industry, and it definitely is important for us to review all of our major strategic activities so that we can chart the best way forward. And like he already mentioned, we will be having the chairman of NAIP, Farm IG Anuku, who will be sharing with us all that NAIP has done in the past years. We will also be having Professor Martins Emeje of NAIPRID as he discusses research and development with regards to NAIP activities and how we can further improve Nigeria's pharmaceutical industry. And last but not the least, we will be having Professor Chimeze Ayakora of Bloom Health, who will be talking to us about Pharma Park. However, before the strategic conversation about NAIP's activities, I would like to invite Dr. Monica Emujeze of NAFDAC, the Director, Drug Registration and Regulatory Affairs Directorate, NAFDAC, to give us her goodwill message. Please give her a round of applause as she comes forward. A delectable mummy who looks like a sweet 16. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward. Thank you very much, ma'am.
The chairman of this occasion, Professor Larry Bale, chairman of NAIP, my dear brother Ignatius Anuku, distinguished presenters of this session, captains of industry, executive of NAIP, and all NAIP members here present. Good morning. Let me once again convey the sincerest regards of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeye, on this very auspicious occasion of your annual conference holding in Lagos this morning. Let us use this opportunity to really congratulate you all and especially recognize the efforts of your CPC. I don't know if the CPC chair is in the room. I can't cite him. You know, the mask is a bit masking. But I think a round of applause is well deserved for members of your Central Planning Committee who have actually done you very noble. For us in NAFDAC, we really align with the efforts of NAIP. But we must remember that in order to have a more strengthened NAIP, a more strengthened industrial pharmacy practice, you need to have a regulatory system that is in fact strengthened. And that is what we in NAFDAC have been striving to do, working with many of you who are in the room to make sure that we have a regulatory system that is in line with global best practice. And as we speak currently, we are being benchmarked by the World Health Organization with a quest to attain maturity level 3, which will clearly demonstrate that we have a system in place that allows us to produce pharmaceutical products, including vaccines, that meet global standards that are obtainable all over the world. Suffice it to say that NAIP is very central to that, because you form the workforce that will enable us deliver on that dream. Medicine security has been a watchword of NAIP, and we in NAFDAC align very, very closely with that, supporting the local pharmaceutical sector to ensure that we build and strengthen our existing capacity, and work as a regulatory agency to ensure that we have policies in place that support local manufacture of pharmaceutical products, which is ongoing and which can only get stronger and better. Capacity building is something that is very, very critical. Professor Bale spoke a little bit about it. You can't have local pharma, you can't have regulatory systems in place if you don't have human capacity with the requisite skills and competencies to deliver on that. And we have been working collaboratively with many of the sectors to ensure we build capacity in relevant areas, whether you're talking about manufacture or quality documentation, to ensure that we have the skill set in country to deliver on that, which is very, very critical. Research and development is very, very key. And the work in the herbal space has been clearly demonstrated here. I know Professor Emeja will speak about it. But we in NAFDAC have also identified that as an area that we can focus on. And we have a committee that was formed, and Prof was very, very much part and remains part of that committee, to see what we can do in the herbal space to ensure we bring products to market. And NAIP, again, is joining in that quest. When we talk about technology, we're driving regulation with technology. There's so many things that we have deployed, leaning on technology to drive our regulation, whether you talk of online submissions or you talk about portals that allow us to check what's coming in, or those that allow us to verify products or pharmacovigilance. So around the spectrum of regulation, technology is something we have adapted and adopted over the years, and will continue to do that. Let me rest it there with that, and really, really congratulate all members of NAIP. Wish you all a very, very memorable conference, and assure you that we will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with NAIP in the quest to ensure that we position this country where it needs to be. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Monica, for that insightful presentation. Please let's give her another round of applause. It's indeed beautiful to see that we are embracing technology in different aspects of pharmacy. So it's not only in the community pharmacy. We can see it playing a huge role in pharma production, drug development. We can see it in the regulatory space too. It's great to see that we are embracing the ease that technology brings. Thank you very much. Please let's give her another round of applause. We will now have the conference strategy session where we will be discussing NAIP, basically reviewing all of NAIP's activities in the past years. reviewing our major initiatives so that we can consolidate on the gains of past years while charting a way forward for future years. I would therefore like to invite to the podium the chairman of NAIP, Farm IG Eko. Please give him a rousing round of applause. Please keep clapping till he gets to the podium. Please keep clapping till he gets to the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taiwo. Sometimes it can get difficult to be clapping. So, the chairman of this conference strategy session, Professor Lere Bale, the director R&R NAFDAC, Dr. Monique Munjeze, Professor Martin Semeje of NAIP, Professor Anyakora of Bloom Public Health, Dr. Adewole of NSIA, distinguished NAIPians, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At our conferences in the past couple of years, we have been having this session, which we call Conference Strategy Session, which has actually paid off. It has paid off very well. It was in Anambra State that we started it with Professor Emeje, who is also here with us, coordinating that strategy session. And I can tell you that we've made quite some gains, because when we come together and discuss and put forward what we want to do in the next year, 2-3 years to come, we are more focused and we are all aligned. And so it helps us in our conversations and in the direction we are taking. So this year's conference, we want to look at, the gains of, these past few years, look at the major initiatives, and as an association to say, okay, in the next couple of months, these are the things we want to focus on, and then we take views from everybody. Okay, that's why we're an association. It's not about NEC, it's not about the chairman, it's about the association. So how do we do it? How do we get things going? So I will quickly run on 4 of the items. And then I will yield the floor to the 2 professors who are going to hammer in on the pharma park and on research and development. Most of what we want to do, we need funding. We need funding. We can't do it with our subscription. We can't. So we can't also probably get loan, because NAIP is an NGO. Okay, we can't draw such funds. So what we would like to do today, is to listen to those who perhaps can give us ideas of opportunities that are available for us to tap into. And that is why we have a director in CBN, Mr. Yusuf Yila, who will be coming to address us. We hope he will join us soon. But we already have in our midst Dr. Adewole. If you look through the brochure, you will see his profile. He is also here to discuss with us, because he's with the National Sovereign Investment Authority. Okay, so perhaps we'll get to have some ideas from him. So that's what this session is about, and we'll try to conclude this session by 12 noon, or max 12:30. Professor Lere Bale is so busy, and he was already committed for today. But it was just for his love for NAIP that he said, okay, I will come in and do this for our association. So please, let's appreciate him. In fact, they are waiting for him, but we have to be quick with it. So quickly, I'll go through these initiatives, which are known to many of us, because we're already NAIP members and we have been following on these issues. The first is workforce development. Workforce development. NAIP has NAIP Academy. I'm sure all of us know about NAIP Academy. And Professor Lere Bale has a consulting group called House House Consulting. And he has given us something we cannot buy. Over the years, House Consulting has been training senior management cadre staff in the pharma industry. We couldn't pay for it, but because he's our guy, we went to him and said, please, we want you to train national sales managers, national marketing managers, EDs of pharma companies. And he had been doing that for us, more like just to help us. But somewhere along the line, the companies, we are not showing interest. We are not showing interest. We will announce that there will be training, and the companies will not, what they will, if they were to go to Business School Netherlands, they will really pay some huge chunk. And he's there with his team, and we are not having people coming. We don't have good medical reps because they are not being trained. We just employ them and say, go and sell. And they do all manner of things to make their target. In fact, the registrar of PCN ought to be in this hall today, and I hope he will come maybe later in the day and he will join us. By next year, very likely, maybe that's the information I wanted him to give you, but I can as well give you since he's not here. There is likely to be licensure of Salesforce in Nigeria because people have been doing so many things that are very unethical. So many reps have eloped with millions of money of their companies. They go to Canada. They take the money and they travel to Canada. Some have been doing some funny things in the hospitals. Prescription for a recharge card, all those things. So, and this comes when the person who is doing the job is not confident of the job he's doing. So he's cutting corners and doing all manner of things. So that's one. Then production pharmacists in Nigeria. I don't think we're up to 200 production pharmacists in Nigeria. How many production pharmacists are in this hall? So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some hands. You are not sure whether you're a production pharmacist. Okay, perhaps moving forward, NAIP should conduct a survey. We want to know how many production pharmacists we have in Nigeria. But I know that we have about 130 to 160 manufacturing companies. And if, by my guess, many companies don't have more than one production pharmacist. The bigger ones have 2 or 3. And that's it. So it may just be a guesstimate that we don't have more than 200 production pharmacists in Nigeria, a country of 200 million people. And we are talking about pharma park. Chimezia Akora wants to do 50 WHO pre-qualified pharma park. So if you have all the arsenal, who is going to shoot? Even if you have all the tanks, you have all the Mi-15s or whatever, you have stilts. So a pilot has to enter that stilt to drive. Even if it's to be done remotely, somebody somewhere has to manage it. So if we are talking about drug production in Nigeria and we don't have the production pharmacists, and there's a challenge. And what's happening is with this AFCFTA, there's going to be migration of labor. There's going to be serious migration of labor. So if we're in Nigeria, we are pharmacists, we are not trained, we cannot hold our fort. People will come from South Africa and stay in that plant that Anyakora wants to build in Nigeria. And production will be going on. And there are so many positions. The Anyakora will come and tell you that there are so much jobs that we don't have enough people in Nigeria to hold those jobs. He will talk, maybe touch on that. Don't just talk about the pharma park. So we seriously need to work on workforce development. Sometimes we have the people, but they're not well trained. Many CEOs in NAIP will call me and say, we can't find reps. We can't find medical reps. You employ medical reps and they cannot perform because they don't understand the job. They can't do the job. They are desirous to do the job, but they cannot do it. I had 2 that were employed a few months ago. One could not cope. He could not cope. And then he wrote and said he was going to resign because he was having psychological challenges. He was paid for the month for doing nothing. The other one worked for 3 months. He couldn't get anything done. And he said he was willing to resign. These are pharmacists. So we believe that we need to do more. It's not just, yes, they have graduated from school. We need to do some other training because you don't teach sales and marketing in undergraduate level. So people like Professor Lere Bale are there to help us, through whether it is sales and marketing or at the management level. Okay, so NAIP wants to go in that direction because if we manage to get this pharma park working, not only pharmacists do we need people to do calibration, we need people to do quality assurance, we need people to do regulatory affairs, we need people to do a lot of things. So please, my dear colleagues, we must take this very seriously. And it is in this NAIP Academy that this, so many glowing tributes have been happening since yesterday and all over, but we have failed woefully. Nobody is talking about it because maybe we don't even remember about it again. So NAIP Academy has to come up again before we can, have, something about workforce development. NAIP Academy have internal resource, but most of the time we also go out. So, like Dr. Monique Munjeze was there when we collaborated among ourselves, NAIP, NairoPharm, PMG-Man, to do the CTD formal training. And we need more of those training because many people have still not got it right. They keep on sending those here that are not, properly vetted and giving the people in NAFDAC a lot of headache. And they say our thing is there and they are not doing it. But if you got it right the first time, the person vetting, it will be easier for him. So we can do many more of these trainings, even if we have to move out to various locations in the country. Thanks be to God, NAIP is strong in Kano, NAIP is strong in Enugu, NAIP is strong in Ibadan, NAIP is strong in Lagos. So if we take these 4 zones, we can do CTD for formal training and everybody will benefit. So this is what we want to talk about, workforce development. Okay, so we'll move on to the next, which is research and development. I'm afraid that maybe 10 minutes will not be enough for Professor Emeje to talk about it, but he will mount the podium and talk about what NAIP wants to do. It's simple. We're already working with NAPA. We already have 2 products that have been vetted. Those 2 products, by the grace of God, by September, is going to NAFDAC for listing. Okay, by Q1 of next year, max Q2 of next year, if we are successful at NAFDAC, it is going to be in the shelves. It's going to be in the hospitals. Now, how did they come about? We are just bringing small money from our subscription and giving to NAPA. Most of those principal investigators that worked on these 2 products had to get more funds than what we were able to give them. But because it is NAIP-NAPA collaboration, so they put it under that umbrella. The money that was spent in developing those products were much more than the money we gave them. I hope you understand what I'm saying. It was not the 2 million we gave them that they used to develop those products, but because it is NAIP-NAPA collaboration, they decided to warehouse those projects in the NAIP-NAPA collaboration. So those 2 products are ready. NANIP, a cough tincture, and Penan, an antimicrobial, antipruritic topical preparation. So we're going to go in that direction. So what we want to do is in the next 3 or 4 years to have about 20 of such products developed in Nigeria. I will tell you where we are going. This is a strategic conference. In 2011, when Dr. Luluojo was our national chairman, he brought Professor Soludo to give the keynote address. And he told us that pharma industry is going nowhere if we don't export what we manufacture in Nigeria. Because that's the only way we can earn foreign exchange and impact the GDP. And he said that Nollywood, government will listen to Nollywood more than they will listen to us because Nollywood is bringing more to the Nigerian economy than pharmacy. He now said our contribution to GDP was 0.02%, something like that. And that was quite revealing for all of us. And I think that presentation has been haunting me up until today. Okay? It was then he also talked about ease of doing business. He mentioned some indices. He also talked about the flying geese principle, what helped the Asians, which is not helping us in Africa. So after he said all of that, he now said, where we have a comparative advantage is in agriculture, because we have arable land, we have good climate, and what happens usually is that when we have good rains, produce come out, and then that's the only thing that supports the oil we are getting in Nigeria. And he said, if we exploit our biodiversity in producing medicine, that would be a low-hanging fruit for us. And then I met Emeje 4 years ago. He said the same thing. So this was how we now said, okay, Let us start from that low-hanging fruit. And today as we speak, from what I hear, whether it's in Ondo State or so, 3 years ago, you started hearing that you have a bitter leaf capsule. I don't know how many people have heard about it here. And on the shelf, it's going for, I don't know how many of us can afford bitter leaf capsule. You understand? And I heard that they have about 10 acres in Ondo or somewhere where they are planting bitter leaf and moving out of Nigeria. So, if that kind of thing can happen, and the only thing they will tell you is that they went through a particular kind of process. And then MJ was telling us about whole extract yesterday. Many of us missed out with Dr. Ilo Mwanya, whole extract. So, if we can do these things, the strategy we want to adopt is, we get this product registered with NAFDAC. We're already collaborating with NAPSA. This is Pharmacist in the Diaspora. Okay, we already have an MOU with them. If these products go through NAFDAC successfully, we try to do clinical studies with them. If we are successful, it's going to FDA. If we get it registered at FDA in America or elsewhere in Europe, EMA, of course we have, what do you call it? They are herbal now. Is it not herbal? And those ones are organic, is it not? We have more than 200 retail pharmacies in the US, owned by Nigerians. And they say they want to see a pack of a product from Nigeria on the shelf of America that bears made in Nigeria. That's where we are going. So this is the focus. We need to work more on these products. We need to get the right funding, and we need to make it happen. And I think that in the next 4 years, we can accomplish that before 4 years is true, if we're. Now, why I believe that these guys in NAPSA can do it, if you go through this brochure, the president of NAPSA is being conferred with the Distinguished Service Award. And there is one of the companies, he's a director, they produce nose masks. Okay, page 54. They produce the first nose mask in Nigeria that is registered in America. So if he could do that for his nose mask, he said, nose mask is not pharmaceutical. I want pharmaceutical in America. And NAIP and NAPSA already has this understanding. So guys, we have to rise up to it, please. So this is on research and development. Then Pharma Park, I will not speak more. I've taken so much time. Professor Anyakora will say that. Then finally, on debts owed pharma industry by agencies of government. We did a study last 2 years ago. 30 companies submitted information out of 300, which is very poor. And all of us are lamenting we are being owed. Bring information so that we can use to fight this. We are hiding it. Okay? If 30 are being owed 3 billion, if it is by simple proportion, 300 will be owed X. Calculate it. Okay, so we have started making some advocacy on it. Maazi has gone to Senate. He has seen the Senate president, and he said they are going to have a public hearing. He's gone to the House of Rep. He has gone to the budget, is it budget DMO, director of whatever, I can't remember, but is it budget office, the debt management office. So 2 weeks ago, the House of Rep had their committee on public, the public fund or something. They sat here in Lagos, here in Marriott. They are investigating the drug, DRF, drug revolving fund in tertiary hospitals of government. They say abuse of DRF. So we quickly got the information. We got the information on Saturday, and they were sitting on Monday. So we quickly wrote a paper and came to complain that they are owing us. And what the guy told me, the chairman told me that it was because the Accountant General of the Federation noticed that there are some debts, internal debts hanging all over the place, and they don't know all that they are. So they now said, okay, one House of Rep to conduct a kind of hearing so that all those people that are being owed can come up so that they can compile it. He now said that this our own is not known to government. So the debt that we are being owed, what I would say is up to 20 billion, is not known to government. And so there was nothing we could have done for it to be paid. But if they look at it now, they can put it in the budget. At least one thing is to put it in the budget. Whether there is money or not is a different thing. But once it enters the budget, at least government is aware that such a debt is being owed, and there could be a mechanism through which it could be paid, either from source or from the allocations of the maybe teaching hospitals or whatever. So please, we are going to conduct another survey because he has said they have invited the CMDs to come and account for the money. Okay, so while they are accounting for the money, we will go and say that this is what we are being owed. We are working with the pharmacist in the hospital, and we know where we are being owed. So please, get your information ready and give to us. If we submit it and they start paying, usually that's our style. We will not do what we are told to do. When we now see that people are ready, they will come out and say, you didn't include us. We are starting now. Please take advantage. Thank you very much.
IG living up to his name, IG on fire. Please, you just sit down there. You've been relocated. Yes. I would also like to, with the permission, with the immunity I have as the master of ceremony, I would like to use that power to relocate the two professors here to the high table. Yes, please. Yeah. To the podium, yes. To the podium, yes. So that we are seeing those that we are going to fire our questions. It's easier to go through here. All right, so we'll take all the presentations, after which they would feed questions from the audience. So it would be good if you could just take note of your questions while each one makes its presentation. Next is Professor Emeje. He's going to be doing for us R&D. Prof, please.
I knew I was the one, so there was no point waiting. Good morning, my chairman, Professor Bale. Please, let me call you the way I want to call you, sir. And let me not tell this audience my encounter with you 1 or 2 weeks ago, but say it small. He sent me a message by Nigerian time. You should be sleeping, but I was awake, and I replied immediately. But because it was a WhatsApp message, and I have his number, I went to his private, where I know it will be difficult to hack such an international person's message. I went and sent a message that, sir, please, can you confirm that you are the one that sent me this message on WhatsApp? And in seconds, he said, I hereby confirm it. I don't know why you were not sleeping at that time, sir. Please, I would like Pharmacist Kene Igwagu to stand up for recognition. Is he here? Zonal. Okay. Thank you very much for clapping for him, even though you have not told you the reason why I told him to stand up. Yesterday, he introduced me to a book I have never seen before. Forget that I'm a professor. And I read that book at night. I finished it at night, and I'm not going to give it to him this morning. Page 4 in that book. To follow is to be misled. God will bless you for giving me this book. To follow is to be misled. To experience is to follow. To lead is to choose the experience to follow. Then page 16 and 17 of this book is a short story about an antivenom that was used by an African on an African, and the reportage by an Oyibo man. Listen very carefully. One morning, a venomous snake bites. A venomous snake bit our caretaker's wife on her way to her farm. She fell on the ground, convulsing and foaming. The nearest hospital was far from the scene of the incident. In addition, it did not make sense to take her to a local impoverished hospital. Is it making sense to you as a Nigerian? Are you following me? Is it making sense to you as a Nigerian? A lady was going to the farm. Snake bit her. She started convulsing and foaming. Then the helper said, well, there's no need taking this woman to the hospital because there will be no drugs in that hospital. Am I making sense now? Her husband rushed to a shaman in South Africa, a medicine man, shaman, who was having his breakfast, pleading with him to abandon his breakfast and help the wife. Calm as an Oriental Teshi adept, the shaman asked. The husband was already shivering and my wife is going to die. But the traditional medical practitioner, I'm paraphrasing now, was calm. And he said, are you sure it was a snake? Did you see the snake? He nodded to both questions in affirmation. The shaman assured him that if it was a snake, even if she were to die, he will resurrect her. Do you have this experience as an African, as a Nigerian? Have you ever had any interaction with our traditional medical practitioners and heard this kind of boast? In less than an hour, the shaman and his knapsack trekked to the victim. He prepared a voodoo brew in a wooden cup, lifted her head, forced the content into the mouth of the woman, and massaged a few herbs into the bite site. Minutes later, she jolted up, coughed, and threw up, flashing wide awake. As he repacked the knapsack, he instructed the husband to give her water and allow her to rest for an hour. In the evening, she went back to farm. Okay, now, this is a practical thing that happened in South Africa. Now, let me tell you how a white man reported it. Roberta Lee and Michael Balik documented a comparable and weird account of shaman's cure of snake bite in South Africa thus. The shaman asked for 3 cigarettes. Upon lighting the first, he began a monotonous chant similar to the song of nocturnal birds. Ukuli, 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 uruba, 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 chongo, chongo, chongo. He began by chanting this song towards the head of the patient, and upon finishing, inhaled the smoke deeply to expel it towards the patient's head. He sprinkled tobacco water on the patient's head and extremities. The entire procedure lasted half an hour. However, the resultant effect, such as these, are not usually observed so quickly or so drastically in similar cases of snake bite treated with conventional medicine. This is a placebo effect. Many of us in this hall, we are like these white people. Even as pharmacists, many of us in this hall, we are like this white man. Because you believe that you know the structure. The hydroxy group of paracetamol is attached to the para position. Who called it para? Who said it's para? Why is it not sauta? If you move it to the meta position, it becomes toxic. Yes. I am sure that as Africans, you have seen someone that had compound fracture. Compound fracture. And the only thing the hospital was ready to do is to do what? Amputate. Is taken to an African traditional man. The man, the only reason the man will touch the leg or the hand is to cut some herbs, get some woods, and pack it and put it straight. Furthermore, it's no longer going to touch the leg. It will go to a chicken. It will break the leg of the chicken. And it's only the chicken leg it will be massaging and operating on a daily basis. And the man will be crying. As he's operating, he's walking on the leg of the chicken, the man is crying. Then Africans will say this is evil. Please, do you know why the aeroplane flies? I came from Abuja to Lagos and enter aeroplane. Why does it fly? Which science? Huh? Which science? It's flying, so it's science. So if there is a book called The Mystery of a 58-Year Flying by a pilot. He flew a commercial plane for 58 years, and he said he cannot understand why the plane flies. It's a pilot who flew a commercial plane for 58 years. He wrote a book, 58 Years Mystery of Flying. He cannot understand it. How many things in the world are we unable to understand? Why is it our own that we cannot understand, that we condemn? Because you can't understand it. Let me tell you, if you cannot understand, do you know what that means? Your knowledge is lower than that thing. As simple as that. Your inability to understand that concept means the concept is stronger than you. Your level of why do we talk about God? We talk about God and faith because we are unable to understand. If you are a Christian here and they told you somebody died and resurrected the third day, does it make sense? If you think it makes sense, you don't know Christianity. It doesn't. If you start questioning it, you will leave Christianity. That's why you don't question it, you believe. Yes, it happens, sir. And move on. So, with that, I start my discussion. When few years ago, in my sitting room, I pulled a call to Pharmacist Anuku. I asked him, we are young men. Since we left the university, what I could remember is that we are always complaining. I have 2 years to be the chairman of academic pharmacists in Nigeria. I don't know how many years you have to be chairman of industrial pharmacists. I don't want to complain during my time. Please, IG, let us partner and prove to ourselves, to our ancestors, and to generations coming, that this theory of the industry and the academia cannot work together. It's not true. We want to break that jinx. IG said, hey, Prof, why did you overtake me? That he told himself that he was going to make a call to me on this same thing. I told him, I'm faster than you because I am in academia. Well, yes, because that's the only thing I think about. But you are thinking about it and still thinking on how to make sales. I don't think on how to make sales. I don't think on how to make money. I only think on how to do something. That is the only reason why I was 50 times faster than you. That is 50%. So, that's how this story started. And we agreed that, okay, let's begin to do something immediately. I got to know that in the history of NAIP, NAIP is so magnanimous that it supports a lot of my members, academic pharmacists, by giving individuals money to go to conference in America, money to go to do abstract presentation in Netherlands. Then they will branch and see Professor Bale for 1 week. So we agreed that there will be no money for any individual again. It will be a corporate assistance from a corporate institution. So, he said, but the only money we give to these people is not, our budget is 2 million naira every year. I said, no problem. We don't even need 2 million naira to put a product on the shelf. Like I said yesterday, let me not repeat myself. And then we immediately said, okay, we're going to launch 1 product in 1 year, 3 products in 2 years. Within 9 months, we launched one of the products, and that was, for those of you who were in Ibadan during the PSN conference of 2018, we had to do that launching. In fact, yesterday, I don't know, one of the presenters suggested, I don't know if it was Prince, suggested that the incoming NAIP chairman should ensure that the PSM president, that the technical groups meet regularly. Meet regularly. We started it actually. Because immediately, Yakase, our former immediate past president, discovered that NAIP and NAPA started meeting without talking to PSN. And then he also saw that we had moved further, signed an MOU with ACP, and it was also in the news. The president called me and said, Prof, you know the PSN president. I'm taking this thing over. You want to create another PSN? You know how he jokes. So, but immediately he inaugurated what we call a quarterly technical group meeting. So we started meeting every quarter in order to harness and make the technical groups work together. So, 2 million naira was given to NAPA. At the meeting where that 2 million naira was given, like I showed you yesterday, there was a business summit. We didn't know that as academics. You know, we don't know many things, but people think we know so much. NAIP organized herself, called heavy people that we normally don't know how to call, into a big hotel in Lagos and asked us to come and present our work. That one we know how to do very well. So 6 universities came to make presentation. In fact, the product under development by CD of Ibadan, headed by Professor Babalola, she also came to make a presentation. So after that presentation, 3, the industry indicated interest based on that meeting. 3 of the development pipeline. And we went to the lab. 2 have been launched. You saw the 2 yesterday. So, what happened that after this product development, what happened that the industry is here to take it up? Because if you look at what Pharmacist Anuku said, because the industry is not taking it up, NAIP NEC has come up with another strategy. Okay, industry, you are not taking this thing up. We are going to go to market ourselves after NAFDAC approval. But it was the industry. 2 business summits were held in Lagos. So why has the industry not taken these products up? Please, answer the question. Don't ask me the question. No. Answer the question, but let me try to answer it. Professor Bale, I heard now that you have a group that gives free training to the industry. But they said that it seems the industry is not interested. So, why did the industry say we are interested in this product development? The academia did it. The industry is not interested in going to the market with it. Professor Bale's group is providing a free service to the industry. It is free. Why is the industry not interested in their free training? Do you know why? It is the reason why your own herb is a powerful antivenom. The traditional medical practitioner use it to neutralize venom of a snake. But the white man tells you that no herb can neutralize venom of a snake. That it was it was incantation to deceive that snake is not venomous, and that the effect you saw was a placebo effect, and you believed it. I call it brain laziness. I call it modern day slavery. Your inability to believe in yourself, albeit unconsciously, because many of us do these things unconsciously anyway, is what I call modern day slavery. See, the slavery of our ancestors was that they put chains on their hands and they shipped them to the West. The slavery of our time is that we are seated like this with our eyes open, and they put it in your head that you are not good, and you agree that you are not good. This one is worse than that of the chains. This one is worse than that of the chains. That is the reason. Are you now? Professor Pharmacist Anuku said that some pharmacist reps collect money from the industry and take off to Canada. Why do you think that when they take that kind of millions of naira, they zoom to Canada and Canada accept them? Do you think that if you report in Canada, Canada will care for you? Canada absorb them. I'm part of a life story of a woman that committed offense in Nigeria and went to Canada and is currently a Canadian. Then the Canadian authority will tell you that is, they'll quote United Nations something and so many things. Those of you who are lawyers, and quote many things and tell you that thing, that Nigeria is not a signatory to something. Even if you sign, when there was no Nigeria in 1932, they tell you that Nigeria did not sign and that convention was in 1932. I'm happy that Pharmacist Anuku is angry that former CBN governor, Professor Soludo, said that the pharmaceutical sector does not contribute anything. Let's just say anything to the GDP. Be angry now. Remember I gave an example of China phone yesterday. Now let me use the one he mentioned, Nollywood. So let's not go to China phone so that we are not talking about another country. Nollywood, is it not Nigeria? Those of you who watch Nollywood, 20 years ago, the Nollywood industry in Nigeria, 20 years ago, when we were leaving the university, we did not like to watch it. In fact, people will say, is it not a Nigerian film? Everything is juju. Everything is juju. You can predict what is going to happen next. That's what we used to say in ABU campus there. You can predict what is going to happen next. And we don't like watching what happened. And we don't like watching what you can predict. You want to watch the one you cannot predict. Today, Nollywood actors and actresses are on Netflix, right? Oh, when it started, we did not value it. Today is the second or third most respected and economically viable of the woods, probably just after Hollywood and Bollywood. So, how many minutes? 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, no problem. You say I have 5 minutes more. Okay, since I have 5 minutes more, let me just summarize by telling how many of you watch news this week. Federal government took a very sweet decision on local content. Can anybody? Or you are not watching? It's only CNN you people watch, right? There was a decision by federal government that from this 2022 budget, no imported vehicles should be bought by government agencies. That it must be bought, that they must be bought from our local assembling companies. You know, that is part of what we are talking about. National Assembly, they took home how many? Over 500 vehicles before, but they imported them from abroad. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, we have people that are assembling vehicles. How do you develop it locally if you don't patronize? Now, let us look at ourselves here. How many people, how many of you from the southwest who are here now are wearing adire? And adire, I understand, is heavily produced in Ogun State here, which is close by. Why are you not wearing adire? Why are you wearing suits? And that's what they gave me now. Yes, now. I'm talking to all of us. I'm talking to all of us. So why, do you understand? But by the time we start to, Shebi, it was after Okonjo became World Trade DG of WTO. That's when people started respecting that Nigerian attire. If not, nobody respected it. But immediately it became DG WTO when they discovered that the attire could not remove her brain, and she defeated everybody in the world. I posted it to everywhere. All the people who were trying to genderize the thing. I told them it has nothing to do with being a woman. No. Is the brain is expensive. The brain is too. It defeated people. You won, neat, square, clear. So now even Oyibo people started wearing adire. So, but that's how it is. So you are addressed the way you present yourself. If you respect yourself, people will respect you very well. Therefore, research and development for local production is non-negotiable. If we want to move forward, if we want to be respected, if we want to have medicine security, research and development is non-negotiable. NAFDAC, let me tell you straight and as to madam, you know, but because you know that's how I am. But because this one is public now, let me say so that they also know that as I'm telling you people privately, I say it publicly too. I've told madam, I'm telling Monica and her group. If you apply regulatory principles of conventional medicine to phytomedicine, you are not ready, you don't know what you are doing. You are not ready, you don't know what you are doing. You see, I granted interview to a foreign news medium this morning, and he said South Africa has been given approval by WHO to make vaccine. Why didn't they approve for Nigeria? I said we don't need WHO approval. See, Monica, at all. You are the one we need. We don't need WHO approval. Let me tell you, we don't need WHO approval for anything. When you have approved the concussions we have in Nigeria, when you have finished approving it for us to use, and our people are not dying again, then we are not ready to make money by exporting it. You can apply WHO principles. Because now this is my reason. This is my reason. For those of us in Lagos and Abuja who are buying anti-malaria from pharmacies, you don't understand. Go to the villages. Do people buy ACT in the village? Excuse me. How many people will use 1,000 naira to buy a drug in the village? They go to their backyard to cut leaves. They boil in the pot. They drink. Their sickness is gone. We went to study pharmacy. Our role is to ensure that when they boil it, we put it in a way that NAFDAC, you will say, go ahead and give people, and they give people, and they get well. That is what we should be doing. NAFDAC, that's your own. Because they have given me 5 minutes, let me not disobey. So that if I have opportunity of answering any question again, I can answer. Eh? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, he's a professor, so he has to profess. All right. Let's invite Professor Anyakura to come and do it us, while I invite the chairman of the session to please come and chair from the chair. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Let me stand on existing protocol. It's a tough one to take the podium after Professor Major has taken the podium, because it has vibrated everybody. But I'm going to do a different line. I don't know what the thing is showing. Are you seeing the slides? Good. Great. IG is not here. I wish he was here. Yes. I think for me, as a Nigerian, this is one of the biggest things we've done in Nigeria. IG has dreamt big with his team in NAIP. This project, I mean, we shouldn't see it as something that is passing. It's something that is here to revolutionize what we are doing in the pharmaceutical sector in Nigeria. I mean, in the past 10 years, I've been very much involved in the sector. I mean, from the other, I've been working with some American people, and it pains me to see what our country has been passing through. Nobody is dreaming big. Nobody is thinking big. A few months ago, the president of Nigeria signed the Global Fund contract. Let's give you an overview of what's going on. Over $1 billion US will be spent in the next 3 years by Global Fund to purchase medicines outside and donate to Nigerians. As we talk now, last week, the National Assembly approved the World Bank project we call Impact, $650 million US. USAID, PEPFAR, spending millions and millions every year. Every year, the amount of money spent to donate medicine to Nigerians is so painful. Imagine if I put $1 billion in the pharmaceutical sector in Nigeria, what that would do to the economy, to the psyche of the people, to even pharmaceutical sector development. I mean, in the past, we've all been looking at this as if it's a joke. If I were the president, I would take a different line, but I'm not a president. I am just a bloody professor somewhere trying to do my best. Really, gentlemen and ladies, I think I'm going to talk about Pharmacity, but just to see it from a different point of view. It's a shameful thing, sorry to say, that we Nigerians have been sleeping for this long. That's why I wish IG was there. IG and his team, this thing we put together, Pharmacity, for me, is the best thing we can give to our country. Of course, I'll leave all of us. We are still, I mean, it's a big project that is bigger than all of us. But for me, this may be the turning point to change narratives. We cannot be big as we are. Nigeria, with the highest number of pharmacy schools in Africa, the highest, everything can think of, highest. The highest number of manufacturing facilities in Africa. Really, but we are still sleeping. We have to go beyond that. That's why this project, Pharmacity, is like changing the narrative, really. How can we bring the discussion to our table? Otherwise, we'll keep talking and talking. So I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes talking about Pharmacity. So how do I move this? Sorry. Has it moved? Oh, good. So I'm going to put a look at it from 4 different topics. Introduction, why an industrial park, Pharmacity, and the stakeholders involved. As I said before, Nigeria is the most populous nation in Africa. Nigeria, if you talk about everything, Nigeria is standing tall. But in the pharmaceutical sector, we are not playing well. this idea of a pharma city is to wake us up. In ECOWAS sub-region, we are controlling at least 60% of the pharmaceutical sector there, but it's not enough. Nigeria should be among the top countries in the world pharmaceutical sector. And that cannot happen because pharmaceutical sector is a very complicated and complex sector. Government cannot come in there because they don't understand it. Martin, you're a government person. That's why they don't understand the concept. That's why the idea of coming in from NAIP, how do we change narratives? So I'll move fast, okay? Now the question. So I want to synchronize. Are you seeing the slides? I can't see it myself. Anyway, sorry, let me see what I see the slides. Sorry. Not showing. Is it showing? Sorry. Okay. Okay, good. I'll just move over this so I can move faster. Why pharmaceutical park? Already we have so many manufacturing facilities in Nigeria, so many. Why do we go into pharmaceutical park now? The answer is simple. Right now, we are not contributing to the discussion globally. The aim of the pharmaceutical park is to pull together, to raise the level of the discussion, to make sure that Nigeria participates in this global pharmaceutical discussion. We cannot have a country that has 160 manufacturing facilities and every year other countries are supplying $101 billion worth of medicines to us. So the idea of this is to pull together, all of us, what can we do to make sure that this changes? First of all, in this pharma city, we want to make sure that every manufacturer there has a high quality manufacturing. Over the past 10 years working with USP, what we see, I will stop using this slide, let me just talk off. Yeah. What we see is that many Nigerians spend so much money to build facilities and then they are not regulatory qualified. Why? Because there is no, how do I put it, a lot of knowledge gap. People invest money and there's no value given to them. You see somebody bring millions of dollars, he goes to India and see any person he meets there, he comes there to bid for you. And after that, you cannot even make any progress. So the aim of this pharmacy is to come together, bring all the manufacturing ecosystem in one place. We are looking at building at least 40 manufacturing companies there and provide the technical support they need. Also, for that to happen, we need to put what are the gaps we have in the industry. Main one is government support. Government has neglected the pharmaceutical sector for a long time. By pulling everything in one location, it will help us to make a strong case for government to come in. The second one is the economic development. Solido said that we only contribute 0.2% of the GDP, and it's true. By bringing the pharmacy in one location, we're able to pull, to address and tap all the benefits that pharmaceutical sector can bring. The next one is employment. I'm happy that Governor of Ebonyi State is coming here today. The amount of impact, the level of impact that this will make in Ebonyi State and Nigeria will be immense. Because to have like 40 manufacturing facilities with all the supporting system around it is something that we've not had before in Nigeria. The last one I want to mention, as Martin has been saying, trying to tap into the innovation the academia brings into the pharmaceutical sector. So far, it's not happening because we have companies scattered all over the place. This time around, what we want to do, how can we bring everybody together, and somebody with innovation, with an idea, can come and sell it to multiple people at the same time. So let me talk about the story, a bit of the story. 2 years ago, I was invited to give a keynote speech in NAIP conference in Oka. That's why I'm so excited about this project, because like many Nigerian projects, you talk and do nothing. I would have loved IG to be here so I can give him the credit he deserves. 2 years ago, after that conference, I saw the atmosphere in the room. Everybody was so excited. This is going to happen. It was like a dream. 6 months later, after going to so many states, we settled with Ebonyi State. Mazi Ohabonwa led a team of other people to Ebonyi State, and within 18 months, we have the first event, laying the groundbreaking event in Ebonyi State. As I was a few months ago, and today, as we speak, we have a land allocated for this project. We have 106 hectares of land. We have an SPV set up by the team made up of Ebonyi State Government, NAIP, and Bloom Public Health. So right now we are practically on the way forward, trying to make this happen. Sorry. So this is my. Let me summarize, because this is my slides just distracting me. Really, as I conclude, the project is taking off. We already have everything set up. We have the land. We have the partners aligned. We have strongly talking with investors that will do the infrastructure. And this project is going to be not just a manufacturing hub, it's going to be an amazing real estate piece. We're going to have housing there, hotels there. We're pulling all the supporting systems that pharmaceutical sector needs for the first time. As we talk now, we're doing a study. We want to identify what are we spending money on. We want to make sure we pull all the manufacturers' supporting system in one location. So this is going to be an opportunity for all of us. To be in the pharmaceutical sector, you don't have to have a factory. All of us here, some of us here, we have different services we can offer. The idea is to create that opportunity. If I'm an expert in QC, I can set up my shop there. If I'm an expert in calibration, I can set up my shop there. We want us to go backwards. So far, there is no person manufacturing API in Nigeria. If I have a location where I have 40 manufacturers in one place, it's an incentive for me to manufacture. The aim of this project is to make the biggest conversation of the pharmaceutical sector happen in that site. So I want us to look beyond having a location. This is a revolution that we have everybody, government, donors, and my biggest, what I hope mostly for, is that it will come a time where in Nigeria, most of the billions of dollars spent to donate money to medicines to us will stop. We can buy from here. And we're not looking just for Nigeria. Nigeria can support so many countries in Africa. So this project, and I'm happy that I'm talking to the right people, this project is here to make us think again. We cannot be in a country where the pharmaceutical sector is limping. In the US, pharmaceutical sector contributes largely, is the biggest, among the biggest contributors to the economy. And Nigeria is not happening the same way. And this is time to change the narrative. And this is time that all of us will gather together to see how can we participate. The pharma sector, this pharmacy can accommodate everybody. Beyond pharmaceutical sector, core pharmaceutical sector, banking, hotels, real estate, and all of us in this room, it's time we start thinking, what can I do? What can I do in that sector? How can I get my own little shop, can call it that way, and do something? Monica, who has been in NAFDAC for a long time, who can offer some services there. Somebody who was a production manager in a facility can offer something there too. And we're looking beyond just Nigerian players. We're looking at having people come from all over the world. and site there. So the Pharmacist is not just a place, it's a symbol of many good things to come, and I want all of us to put our thinking cap. We want to make Nigeria not just to start exporting medicines to other African countries, but also to start exporting expertise. We may not start, it may not happen overnight. We can just think of who do I know can bring partnerships. I'm happy that in this project we are partnering with NAPSA. NAPSA, Nigerians, pharmaceutical scientists in the US are doing a lot. You see skills, you see expertise hanging there. So my challenge to everybody here, know somebody, a friend, a colleague in the US who is the best in whatever it is. Come together with him, tell them that pharmacy is happening in Nigeria. We need to stop bringing Indians to Nigeria to service our pharmaceutical sector. This is a challenge to all of us, and this can happen, and I urge you guys to make sure that this happens. So before I end, I want also to tell the story that to get to this point, it was a lot of hard work. IG has shown me a lot of examples, because sometimes hours and hours every day to strategize. Two of us, we don't agree with each other, but that has given rise to what we have today. Sometimes you can spend 2 hours arguing on something. So how do we solve this problem? But eventually, we're making progress. And I want to assure you that this Pharmacist is not a typical Nigerian elephant project. The pace at which we are going is quite going well, and we'll continue at that pace. And I assure you, in the next 2 years, we have one of the best things that has happened in Africa happen in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Professor Nyakura, you can be sure that IG will receive all the accolades that you showered on him. I have it recorded on my phone. One thing I was sure was that he was going to speak about billions of dollars, USD, and he really did. Okay, so we'll take a few questions now. Just indicate by raising up your hand, your questions, your comments, your concerns.
Anyone? Questions, recommendations? Okay.
Sorry. Because we wanted to manage time better, if we have questions, write them down on a piece of paper. I think every table has this. So write it down, put your name, and then we give the questions to the relevant speakers, and each one of them will come up for about 5 minutes each and then address the questions, so that we can remove protocols and all the... So if we have questions or contribution, please write. I think we should call on Dr. Tolulokpe Adewale.
Okay, Dr. Tolulokpe.
He's somewhere, he was on a Zoom, so we can call on him to actually make his presentation. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
So please let's draft our questions on a sheet of paper, and you can pass to me. So while we wait for your questions, we would like to recognize Dr. Adewale, who will be speaking on the impact of funding in the pharmaceutical industry. Please let's applaud him as he makes his way forward. It's great to have you here, sir. All right, so I shall be waiting for our questions. Do we have questions, or do we want to share our thoughts on all that has been discussed so far? Anyone? This is for us. Am I seeing any hand? Or are we still writing extra sheets? Oh, okay then. All right. So Dr. Adewale will be telling us about what is required for funding in the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry, especially as we seek relevance for the after implementation. Dr. Adewale is a director at the National Sovereign Investment Authority, and he will be sharing his wealth of experience and expertise with us today. So I will encourage us also to listen attentively to this session so that we can draft our questions as appropriate. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a privilege to be in your midst today. And please, for correction, I am not a director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. I still have to keep my job. Because if you had listened to the news yesterday night, the president just announced the directors of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. And it's a privilege to be in your midst today. I came with two of my colleagues. I have Mrs. Funke Falade, who is the Portfolio Manager Healthcare of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, and Ms. Ajibola Bolanle, who is a Senior Analyst with the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund. So the healthcare is part of the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund. But before I go further, and I will just make this categorical statement. Funding, money, is the least of the problem. If every other thing is done and is good, money will chase after it. My relationship with the pharmacy and looking into different parts started in my former life. And it was engineered by one of the gentlemen sitting down here, Chimeze Ayakara, came into my office with another pharmacist, and we're trying to set up a BAB laboratory. And so I think Chimeze is a worthy ambassador of the Pharmacist Council, NAIP, every form of pharmacist in Nigeria. He wanted us to set up a facility so that WHO, UNICEF, and all the billions and the money we're talking about could be able to be spent and procured locally. And that took me to somebody's office at NAIP, Obi Adigwe, who Professor Emeje works with. And Obi Adigwe and I started a journey. We went to Germany. We got Germans to come into Nigeria to see how we could set up a BAB laboratory, and a company was actually interested in investing the money if it was bankable. And I came back, had the MD of GSK, the former chairman of GSK, spoke to PMG man, and I said, look, if you guys could come together, pull your resources together for this kind of things, this can fly. There are people who are willing to bring in FDI to solve this problem. And I'm sure there's still many people who are interested to bring in the money. All they just need is to be sure that there's something. There's something with proper corporate governance to ensure the viability and that the money they're bringing in is sustainable and that the project is sustainable and we achieve its objective. And that's basically what I'm going to be talking to you about today. And this is what we've done at the NSIA. So NSIA has a, I'm told I can So I'm going to just give, oh, sorry, I can't. Okay, please, can you see? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So this is just to give an overview of what NSIA is at a glance. And this is the kind of, so as of today, the total capital of funding within NSIA is about $3.75 billion, which started as a seed fund of $1 billion in 2013. And today, these are the 14 different subsidiaries of the NSIA. So the NSIA has basically 3 ring-fenced funds, basically. And so there is the one that is of interest is called the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund. So the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund is the only one of these 3 ring-fenced funds that has to be invested in Nigeria. And there are 4, now 5 centers of focus. You have the motorways, the roads, and that's why we see that we're the one doing the second Niger Bridge, and that's why it's coming to completion very quickly. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, the Abuja-Kano Expressway. And then in power, we're doing a lot in power. Solar, there's a company we had, is the Kano Solar. In agriculture, and through the agriculture, we've done a revolution. There's a revolution in fertilizer today because of the work of what NSIA has done, midwife, and made the business to grow. Now, healthcare. Healthcare is critical, and part of the thing is to look for infrastructure gaps within the healthcare. And I will show you what we've done and how we did it and to make it a success and what we're still looking at. So this is what I was talking about. I mean, there's a nationwide strategic. So whatever we're going to invest in has to have a nationwide strategic impact, so which must be measurable. So please, the NSIA is not, is a quasi-government, so we work like a private sector. Our businesses has social impact, but also has commercial returns that is expected. And then it has a conducive legal regulatory environment, attractive commercial and social returns. Those are very, very critical. Now, looking at the healthcare sector, and I've had some of the data and information that has been said today. In the last 5 to 10 to 15 years, there's been a considerable demographic shift in pattern of diseases. Even though we still have the infectious diseases, the everyday disease, but today we're seeing a greater burden in the non-communicable diseases. And that's something the pharmaceutical industry needs to begin to look at. Somebody who has malaria takes maximum anti-malaria for 3 days. You've got an infection, you take antibiotics maximum, okay, let's say 1 week. But for every patient who is diagnosed to have hypertension, if he is 40 and he lives to 80, that's a guaranteed market of 40 years. For somebody who is diabetic, once it starts on oral hypoglycemic agents, it's still death. And these are very cogent and critical, and the mass is increasing. And as you can see, within a period of 3 years, you can see what the shift has been. And it will continue to go that way, to have and it's never, until it comes to an equilibrium, where you will have 50% infectious diseases, communicable diseases, which has been eradicated with vaccines and all these things, by the way. And because the burden of tuberculosis 20 years ago is not the same today. Polio is completely gone. And communicable diseases will continue to go down. So to look at the future, then emphasis and ideas and what we should be looking at is, look, how are we going to target the cardiometabolic market? As more people grow into sedentary office lifestyle, eating from Mr. Biggs to Nando's, all of that, the burden of non-communicable diseases, heart diseases, and we're living longer. All of that will continue to rise. And that is where the attention, if we begin to focus on it today, in 10, 15 years' time, we will change the narrative, and companies like WWCV will change their pattern from importing to actually buying and aggregating from local manufacturers. But if we're not seeing that picture, if everybody is still struggling within that antibiotics, I want to create warm expellers, then we're losing the pitch. And those are the things that are going to make it difficult to access funding. And the other thing I'm looking at this auditorium, are the feedzins, the EMZOs, the guys who are manufacturing Juhel. I hope they are in the room. Because these conversations without them is a challenge, because these are the guys who can have bankable projects, who have done something, who can demonstrate that, look, we've been able to build this, now we want to scale. And because they want to scale, it's easier for them to get funding. What is the NHDIC investment strategy? So our investment strategy is three-pronged. One, to look at tertiary healthcare providers, to be a tertiary healthcare provider, and this is what led us to investing in Luth, partnering with Luth, and we set up a cancer center. And as of today, between 2019 and today, over 4,000 Nigerians who would have gone out of the country have been treated at the center. And we did a numerical analysis, and we counted it that, look, even if they just go to only Ghana for cancer treatment, not go to Dubai, not go to India, if they go to Ghana, and for those 4,000 people, we did a cost analysis, and it was $20 million. Just go to Ghana without thinking about the carers who is going with them, people who are going to stay with them, the productive hours. We're just talking about the cost, only the cost of treatment. It's $20 million that has been saved. And so, and you know what that translates? If there is a company making a generic oncology medication locally with a WHO pre-qualified facility, then it is a lot easier. So that means, first, their cost of service will come down more. And not only that, then the drugs are even more accessible for people. And COVID has shown us. Last year, the global supply chain was shut down. So it was only countries who could produce and sustain themselves that would make it. And the other one is to have diagnostic centers. Because for us, we're building healthcare bottom up. So if you don't have the correct diagnosis, every other thing is built as a castle in the air. So we have that. And the third part, and this is what concerns him, is that the third prong, the third leg of the NHDIC investment strategy is medical manufacturing. And when we say medical manufacturing, we're talking about drugs and vaccines. But what will it take? It takes more than just saying we want to manufacture. It takes strong regulations. There's so many stakeholders, customs, NAFDAC, SON, PCN, because today, the pharmacist at the center told me something, and I'd never heard it before. She said it's called parallel import. And I said, what does parallel import mean? It means if you have, and what happened was that we were trying to source for a drug, and we got it one at maybe 100 naira, and we got another one at 20 naira. And I said, how come? Why so much disparity? Oh, he said, oh, the 20 naira one must have been on a parallel import. There's a company, something was banned in Nigeria, baby soap manufacturing. A foreign company, an American massive manufacturing company, drug manufacturing company, started a line in Nigeria. Said, oh, there's been a ban, so government is willing to support local manufacturing. The executive of that company was telling me recently, she said they have shut down the line. They've shut it down. And she said, during the peak of COVID, in September last year, she shipped out of this country 18 containers of the baby soap because they were expiring on the shelves. And she said they have flagged to authorities. Authorities said they didn't know the people who were bringing in the one, because what was happening that on the shelf, you were seeing made in Nigeria, same product made in the UK. And you can tell me which one you will buy. And that's why I say that, look, it is not money. There's so many things. So how do you tell such a company who had to shut down over a $7 million investment that they should bring more? So, self-regulation, to protect the pharma industry is the number one step to your access to funds. If a funding agency, if BOI or CBN knows that, look, if we inject this money, that there is good corporate governance and that this money will be protected, you will see people running over their head to come. And we had a meeting not too long ago with a big manufacturing company, big pharma company. And they said, oh, yes, we are doing something in South Africa. We know there are 200 million people in Nigeria. It's a big market. But two things. They said, oh, the regulations are not very strict, one. And then number two, pipeline, human resource pipeline. So it's not money. And how do we address that? Where the cost of production, where there's no power, where you have challenges with power and all of that, and then to be sure that your product, in and out, because your supply chain, you need to look at the supply chain, in and out, and what are you going to be able to do. So, this, I'm sure you can see this, the pictures. So those are investments in the last 3 years in the healthcare sector of $22 million that the NSIA has done. And we actually have, so that's the NSIA Luth Cancer Center, that's the NSIA Kano Diagnostic Center, and the NSIA Umahir Diagnostic Center. And so our plan is to be able to replicate all of this across the geopolitical zones. And for medical manufacturing, so our investment approach is both the private sector and the public sector. And for this to happen, we've actually gone ahead to get University College London. And I'm sure we probably interviewed maybe a few of the people here in that process, to look at the entire pharmacy landscape and see where we can come in. And we've had conversations with PMG Man, even with the chairman of PMG Man, to say, we still had a conversation with him not too long ago that, look, how do you think that we can make impact within the pharma sector? And the challenge I want to leave with you today, so what I've just shown that you can see the snapshot of the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria. Chimeze has made reference to it and what Professor Soludo said 3 years ago. Until today, it hasn't changed. And so the question is, how do you intend to change the narrative? Yes, we need the support of government. We need a strong NAFDAC. We need NAIP to do a whole lot more. But I think it is beyond that. And the question I want to pose today is that, what is the private sector? What are you doing to aggregate resources? You see, as long as we want to do, everybody wants to set up his own little shop, I'm not sure we will change the narrative. There is no way you're going to set up a little shop and compete with a company that is a conglomerate who has been in existence for over 200 years. But if we all come together and say, look, we have a plan, and taking into cognizance some very significant steps. One, you need consultants. It is not a business plan that will be put together by the pharmacist. Because with the pharmacists that are putting that together, there's a lot of emotion in it. You need transaction advisors. If you get KPMG or PwC or any of the big four, or even McKinsey, to sit down with you, understand whoever is going to give you money, you're not going to tell him that people are dying. Because he will tell you the money is not his own. What he wants to know, if I put 10 naira in this business, when will I get it back? And when I'm getting it back, what will I get on top of it? And so the numbers, and I've sat down here and I've not heard anybody was talking about, there's a park in Ebonyi State. What is the cost of the infrastructure? Nobody is talking about that. What is the business plan? What is the returns? Can it take, how much debt can it take? How much equity will it take for you to survive? And what are the figures? What are the moratorium period? Because without that, it's going to be difficult to access funds. Yes, we can say, oh, there are 200 million Nigerians, but people will tell you very quickly, that doesn't mean anything. Of that 200 million Nigerians, 150 of them are under 25, who cannot afford anything. So I think one of the things I will leave with Mr. IG is that you need to come together, have a formidable look at it, that look, if it is debt, if it is equity that you need, how much? How long are you trying to look for? What is the moratorium period you're going for? What is the investment, and how much are you putting in? How much can you raise? Because you will need a consultant for you to do a capital raise. And these things are not cheap. So if you put all of them together as your project development costs, then it's easier to have conversation with any financing organization. And I think that's the way we need to approach this thing, without emotions. It will be difficult to say that you want to create a park that will manufacture multivitamins today, because people will tell you, look, they're all over the place, there are multivitamins already. So you're going to come and compete and struggle. Oh, I want to manufacture anti-malarials. But if you come up with good business plan, good technical partner, and say, look, we want to start manufacturing cardiometabolic agents, antihypertensives, all of that. Then, because you're now creating a market that really does not exist. And it is very, very easy for, there are many DFIs that are looking for where to put money. Farm access, there was a meeting we had not too long ago, because I sit as the chairman of the finance committee of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. We had a meeting with the deputy governor, and the farm access said, look, their biggest problem in Nigeria is that they have funds and they don't know where to put it. Because people are not bringing bankable projects. They ask for 5-year audited finance or 3 years audited finance statement. People don't have it. Corporate governance, nobody will put money in a place where there is no corporate governance, there is no audit, there is no system and processes in place. So these are the things I want us as Nigerians, for us to imbibe that discipline, put these things in place. And if we say that, look, 4 companies are coming together and we say, look, we want to create an industrial park and scale, then it is a lot easier to draw and to raise finance. There are about 150 pharmaceutical companies that are doing one form of productions in Nigeria. And 150 companies, and altogether cannot make up to 0.3% of GDP. It shows there's something wrong. So the question is, are these 150 companies ready to swallow their ego, come under one umbrella, come as a force, and then, if you have 10% of 1 million, and you have 1% of 10 billion, it's different. And for you to be able to go abroad and something, I know an organization, a medical-related organization, that approached the China Exim Bank and said wanted to do a facility, and they said, what was the cost? And he said it was $10 million. And China Exim Bank said, look, our minimum ticket is $50 million. And these are things. So I think the first thing we need to do is to talk about consolidation and have consolidation, good corporate governance, a business, and then write a bankable business plan, and then accessing funds becomes an automatic thing. No, I'm done. Okay, and this is just to give a synopsis of what NSIA is looking at to solve issues in the pharmaceutical industry. 1, import substitution, an underdeveloped industrial environment, industry concentration, poor government funding participation, and then limited expertise. And I think this is something that within NAIP and PCN and PSN are something that working with a lot of funding agencies is something that can be resolved, and then the narrative can change. And then, so the criteria for an investment in NSIA is 1, project must fill a critical infrastructure gap within the NSIA focus area. 2, the project proposal must deliver on 2 types of returns: economic and social returns. And that's why today, we invested $5.5 million in Abia, in Umahia. What has driven that is more of a social return, but of course an economic return. And our plan, we are expanding this rollout to ensure that every geopolitical zone has a minimum of 4 massive diagnostic centers that can run 24/7 and comparable to any facility in the world. So that's that. And then 3, the proposals must demonstrate viability, sustainability, and commercial returns commensurate with the risk profile of the investment. And then number 4, the financial structure. The project must be financially structured in a manner that it can attract not only local capital, but also foreign capital. And what do we mean by that? We mean that the project must be bankable. It must be something that, look, if you can take it to any bank or any international agency, not donor agency, but any international funding agency, especially development funding institutions like the CDC, IFC, if those are the kind of projects that is very easy for NSIA to look at. And that's what will make your ability to access funds anywhere across the world. And with this, like I said, it's something that you will have to do with the help, with collaborate with transaction advisors, with your lawyers, because one of the things that has happened again in Nigeria is that we take the shortcut. We don't want to pay for consultancy. And at the end of the day, we end up finding that we actually have the wrong end of the stick. Because they send you a 200-page agreement and then you just sign. And then you sign. And then we need to be very careful of how we source for facilities. I mean, you source for a facility in USD, and while you are still building, your Naira has devalued by 20 or 30%. You know, you're already in trouble. Yes. So on this note, I would like to say thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Sir, please, you may sit here so to entertain questions from the audience.
Great.
If you've been listening to the Chief Executive Officer of the NSIA Healthcare Development and Investment Company. Okay, so we'll move on to the next speaker who will be joining us online. He's a hybrid, so we have some participant speakers and delegates online. So moving to the Director, Development Finance Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Philip Yusuf. He will be making his presentation now. Please, can you pin him? And yes, please.
Everybody.
And then those that are online, please, could you post your questions in the chat box so that we'll entertain all the questions.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon on your conference. And,
1 minute, let's do audience check. Can you hear him? So just keep on talking and we'll adjust the volume accordingly.
Okay. And I say it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon on your conference and to speak on the topic funding the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry. To be relevant for the African Continental Free Trade area. This cannot come at a better time than now, considering the fact that very shortly Nigeria will be joining the free trade area. Funding as given, CBN proactively has keyed into funding pharmaceuticals, basically because of the effect of COVID. So we had 100 billion intervention fund dedicated to the pharmaceutical industry or the healthcare sector, and that is meant to augment or provide funding, cheap funding for the sector, causing the demand gap that we have between what we produce locally and the demand and supply of pharmaceutical products in Nigeria. So we had this 100 billion that we dedicated for the sector, and then we'll have another company which is MEN. I hear a lot of work on research from the other presenters. You have another component for research, and that's a grant for the sector too. So we'll have two interventions that were issued as a fallout of the COVID, and both of them are running at the moment within the bank, and we had persons within your sector that have applied and assessed this funding. What do you think to achieve with these facilities that we put in place? We want to increase private sector and public sector investment in the healthcare sector, facilitate healthcare delivery, and reduce medical tourism out of Nigeria, and thereby enhancing foreign exchange conservation, because it's in CBN interest and the national interest that will conserve the limited foreign exchange that will generate in-house and increase capacity of the sector. The presenter that I had, the prof, mentioned that the fact that Soludo said pharmaceutical sector contributes less than 1% or near nothing to the GDP. I think through this initiative, we expect that that figures will go up in terms of contribution of the pharmaceutical sector to the GDP, so that the overdependence on imported products from pharmaceutical products and supplies from abroad will be reduced. So I'll be taking us through the guidelines that we should for these interventions, and so that members of the pharmaceutical community will know how to get into this program, because a lot of your members are already in it. So who are eligible participants under the program, under the scheme? Healthcare product manufacturers. Okay, pharmaceutical drug and medical equipment manufacturers and suppliers, healthcare service providers and medical facilities, hospitals, clinics, diagnostic centers, etc. Pharmaceutical medical distributors and logistics companies, those that are involved in logistics and distribution of healthcare pharmaceutical equipment and supplies, and other human healthcare service providers, as CBN may determine as from time to time. And activities that are covered under this scheme are manufacturing of pharmaceutical drugs and equipment. For people that want to expand, establish new pharmaceutical or hospitals or anything that want to expand or upgrade their facilities, they can access this facility. Then for supplies of pharmaceutical drugs and equipment, the person can access this facility. Funding. We're saying that this funds is available. You can have both the working capital and the term loan component. For working capital, we're saying you can access up to a maximum of 500 million per obligo for a maximum of 3 years. And that's for companies that are already existing. We look at their 3 years turnover and give you 20% of that, or so you can access the term loan, which has a limit of 2 billion. And interest rate at this moment is 5%. So it's said to be at considered interest rates, so that people will be able to access it and transfer this cheap funding to the consumers of the commodity. Then the tenure of the facility for the term loan is 10 years. And for the working capital is 1 year, subject to rollover for another 3 years, if the person meets the conditions for the rollover. And the term loan has a moratorium period of 1 year, 1 year moratorium period, or if it's for construction, as that will be determined by the construction tenure for for manufacturers. Repayment of principal and interest shall be on as agreed with the banks. And I must emphasize at this point that all CBN interventions are through commercial banks. Okay, we don't disburse because we don't do retail lending. We disburse for on lending through the commercial banks. So you must meet any applicant must meet the conditions of the commercial banks, and they are the ones that will apply on your behalf to CBN. So you don't apply to CBN directly. You work through your commercial banks. The modalities to access the facility. First, they have to be a feasibility report, which has to be submitted to business plan, which has to be submitted through the commercial bank for the appraisal. And if they feel that through the due diligence that you are qualified, they will not forward that feasibility report and your application to the CBN. And the PFI was supposed to do the credit checks and everything, and do normal credit due diligence, because they will taking the risk in the disbursement. CBN just giving the money for on lending to the beneficiaries. This facility is due for the expected date of this facility is 30th of December 2030. That's 10 years from when it was issued in 2020. That's why we say the tenure of the facility is 10 years. At the moment, CBN has disbursed about 9 98 billion to 95 healthcare projects. That is under the healthcare sector's intervention facility. And under the research grants, we've had about 286 applications, and 83 of them have gone through reviews by the body of experts, and 70 of them have received funding valued at over 232 million naira. And the 5 awardees have received the first tranches, and we're expecting that other ones will come in subsequently. So in a nutshell, CBN has proactively provided funding for the pharmaceutical sector because of the importance we know that you play, the important role that you play in society. We cannot continue to tie our health to foreigners and foreign products. We have the capacity in country to produce what we use. I've had discussions, and that I have presenters here make those points. And these grants are available for the orthodox and the local herbal medicine. So we're not limiting anyone touch, because there'll be those arguments that our traditional medicines are left out. So the news is on the society to find a way of integrating this through certification of the herbal medicine, because the efficacy for some people, that's what they depend on. So that's why we blended the two. So we're saying that CBN is ever ready to support. We understand the importance of funding to development, and that's why CBN has dedicated so much funds to different sectors of the economy. And the last, which is induced by the COVID and the disruptions in supply chain, is the pharmaceuticals. So we employ you, if you have projects and that are ongoing. I hear about the industrial pharmaceutical park in Ebonyi and there was in Maya. Those are projects that CBN will be interested in partnering with the promoters, so that through those contributions we'll be able to increase the pharmaceutical industry contribution to our GDP. Thank you. Hello, can you hear
me? Facial recognition, because you've viewed the last speaker. Just to say that the name I announced before was represented by the Deputy Director, Trade Development, still at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Chika Wanja. So thank you very much for that presentation. We'll just take the few questions. First, so if you have your questions, can I see your hand up on a sheet of paper? We've already received mails of 2, and then, okay, the sheets of paper, I'll just come and pick it up and deliver it to the appropriate speaker. So, Professor Anyokora, you can answer your questions.
Thank you so much. The question, the summary is that how do we make sure that this pharma park is not hijacked by money bags? The answer to that question is that, first of all, when the park is functional, we all benefit. And for us in this room, now that we know what is happening, we should get involved. Because I love so much what Detolu said in his own presentation. We have to think of the social impacts and economic impact. For this project to make sense, we need to see how does it solve the healthcare problem in Nigeria. And also, how does it make economic sense? So the answer is that we are bringing it here so that all of us will participate. Of course, we need money to get this functional. If CBN or NSCIA funds it, we're going to dance to their tune in a way. But no matter what, is the pharmaceutical sector will, end of the day, will benefit from it. So really, what I urge everybody, this information we are getting now, we have to think, how can I benefit from this project? And think ahead of time and then see how to capitalize on it. Because we cannot control how the people that bring the money will tell us what to do, really. Thank you.
Okay, is that all? Taiwo, Please, just bring the one you have. We are running out of time. There's something the registrar needs to tell us, and we are itching to hear that. Sorry. Prof. Who put doctor here? Please, correct it immediately. Don't mind them.
Dr. Emeje is actually correct. Yes, it's actually correct. Dr. Emeje, regulatory guidelines for phytochemicals are cumbersome and not favorable for the small-scale entrepreneur. Can they be simplified? It's not for me. No, I can see NAIP now. Okay. That question is for NAFDAC, but I can answer it. And I know that Monica will like me to answer it. 2 reasons. I work with NAFDAC a lot. Number 2, I have a product in the market myself. So am I not competent to answer it? Okay. It's not cumbersome. In fact, it's very, very simple. Extremely simple. And in 2012, as of 2012, Nigeria's guideline for registration, for listing of herbal medicines was the most stringent in the world. In the world. As of 2012, South Africa did not have, because I was on the team that was consulted in South Africa, and we downloaded the ones on our own NAFDAC website. So this goes to substantiate what I was saying earlier, that many times we don't even respect our own things. Okay? So those of you who think it's cumbersome, let me tell you why you think it's cumbersome. Because you, instead of going to NAFDAC website to follow that guideline, you are telling someone else to help you do it. They call them consultants. So I am aware, and we had to do this when we started training traditional medical practitioners on how to get their products to NAFDAC. We were surprised to hear that some TMPs were paying between 350,000 to 500,000 naira to consultants in order to get their products listed by NAFDAC. And what NAFDAC collects is 45,000 naira. I paid 45,500 naira to get a product listed. So please, it's not cumbersome. What is cumbersome right now is that you don't know. So now that you know, get to do it well. So if Dr. M has more, he will say later. Decisions on accepting any molecule for commercialization by any pharma company is taken at the highest level. You may follow up on FICI's interest on NAIP and PINAN by making a marketing pitch to FICI in their office. Thank you very much for this wonderful comment. This comment, it will go to NAIP. I will never follow up to any company. I won't follow up. I will not beg any company. What I will do is what I'm doing. We are all Nigerians. If you think that if you think you will continue to import drugs from India, from China, and be making paracetamol syrup that everybody is making, and be making oral hypoglycemic agents, so that you'll be doing, let me tell you, you don't need to go to school to do buying and selling. My grandmother in the village knows how to do buying and selling more than many of you. Yes, you don't need to go to school. So that's why Nigeria is richer than many African countries, because we have crude oil now. Is it not to excavate the crude oil, sell, and get money, and share at the end of the month and pay salary, and then do jamborees. So you don't need schooling to do buying and selling. So if we are not ready as a people, NAIP, I'm talking to NAIP now because Fitzin is NAIP, Meabika is NAIP, Emzo is NAIP, all of them, they are not here. But if somebody want to contest election in this Lagos State, House of Rep, National Assembly, or president or presidential candidate, as they are going to soon start doing primaries, this hall will not contain them. They will donate 50 million naira. Then we are discussing how to make our country better. You want me to come and beg you? I know they come.
I wish I could be as vibrant and verbose as Prof, but I'm not. So I will try and keep it very simple and simple. So he said, the question is, you didn't tell us how much investment you have made in medical manufacturing, or have you not done any as yet? So I thought I had mentioned in the course of my presentation that we had got the University College London consultancy to do a study for us. Because don't forget, NSI is an investment company. It's not a pharma company. It's not just going to throw money into it and not make its returns back. So we have a document now that has just been submitted to us by the consultancy firm. And in doing that work, they spoke to a list of stakeholders. We had the DG of NAFDAC on that call. They spoke to the DG of NAFDAC. They spoke to SON. They spoke to PMG man. They spoke to the teaching hospitals, head of pharmacy, retail, and the entire pharmaceutical value chain, including distributors and those who work in the supply and logistics. And the report is in, and we're digesting it internally. Because the truth is, if all that is implemented, it will change the whole of Nigerian ecosystem. Because part of the things that has come out of it, in a way, is that different organizations needs to be strengthened, from NAFDAC to customs to ensuring that there is no adulteration, and then so there's a lot that needs to be done, and we are working and looking at the document, and at the right time we will be able to announce. So typically NSIA does not make any announcement until the work is done and at the tape. Many people did not know we made that investment in Luth until the president came to commission it. And people realized that for the first time in Nigeria, there were 3 linear accelerators to treat cancer patients in a facility at the same time. And that is the way the NSIA operates. So I would not make any announcement of what we've done until when it has been done and it has been made.
Thank you. The question is, will collaborating with foreign manufacturers be an advantage, particularly when it has to do with closing the knowledge gap in manufacturing and ensure investors get better outputs for their investment? The answer is yes. The wise thing to do is to partner with any company. For example, we don't manufacture biologics in Nigeria. Somebody can take a space at the Pharma Park and meet the best biologics manufacturer in the world and stop something here. The aim of this pharmacy is beyond just having manufacturing facilities there. We want to raise the level of manufacturing. We want to add value. It's not just a typical thing. So as I said, it's going to change the narrative really beyond just having a factory. We want to have value-adding factories too. As the Tolu say, we don't want to go to do the generic things again. So the answer is yes. We are hoping that we should start thinking. Somebody asked a question before, why Hope is not hijacked. Somebody in this room can go and approach whoever, do the numbers. We have non-communicable disease going up in Nigeria. COVID has shown that it's not sustainable to rely for medicine outside Nigeria, outside the country you are of origin. So you can make a case, you partner, you build there, and have a bigger facility. And also, it's good to know that Pharmacist is not just for Nigeria. Africa is big, and Nigeria is going to play a very significant role in Africa. So as you are trying to manufacture, think beyond just that Nigeria, just think Africa, really. So answer is yes. Thank you.
We have two more questions. One is if you can have the contact of Professor Bali, and then the answer is yes. Just for a small processing fee, I will tell you. But however, if you go to page 12, you will have the contact of Professor Bali there. Now for MJ, you have to answer for himself, please.
I have to answer for myself now. Thank you. The question is, how can individuals collaborate with NAIP? Before I answer that one, see, there are a lot of innovations in Nigeria. Let nobody deceive you that there are no innovations in Nigeria. We have at least 20 faculties of pharmacy. We have so many faculties of science in Nigeria. There are a lot of innovations. Okay? So let nobody, if you go to the IP section of Rambaxi, at least 25 PhD holders of chemistry are there. And what they do is to mine the publications from developing countries, especially Nigeria, because Nigeria leads in publications, and they are not, we throw away our intellectual property through those publications. Nigeria has one of the best polyvalent antivenom in the world. It is, yes, as we talk today. Please find out. You can Google it and get to know. Niprisan that NAIP gave to May and Baker today, which is called Niclovix, is the first herbal medicine to be registered as a drug in the world from Nigeria here. Okay? So we need to know. Bitter leaf, the bitter leaf we are complaining now that is on CNN, and the foreign media is carrying bitter leaf, and it's now in Nigerian market very costly, 3,000 naira for 30 capsules. Bitter leaf was developed by NAIP for Akwa Ibom state government because an Akwa Ibomite has the patent for that development. Okay? Etidote, we call it etidote. But now we can no longer afford it because it is coming in, as an imported product. Malaria vaccine is currently undergoing clinical trial in Africa. 4 countries in Africa are currently doing pilot. Nigeria is not among it. Do we know why? I was on sabbatical for one year, and we got TED fund grant for NAFDAC on development of 4 herbal medicines. As we are talking, 3 Nigerian professors in Nigerian universities have been given listing of their products. Dr. M, is it not so? Okay. So, we have a lot of that. Nigeria has big market for it. So if you want to collaborate with NAIP, all you need to do is to speak with us. Whether you are individual or you are corporate, we work with you. Our NAIP, the collaboration was between NAIP and a traditional medical practitioner from Oyo State. Be informed that even as an individual, you can collaborate with us and get your product to the market, and you are owner of your product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'd like to invite the registrar of the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, our own double prophet, Pharmacist Elijah Mohammed, PhD. He's going to be telling us about the code of practice of pharmaceutical sales representatives.
The chairman of this occasion, my dear brother, professor and a consultant to PCN. I want to first of all really appreciate him for all the contributions he has made towards the advancement of a lot of things in council. So, Maoga, I bow for you. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, two major issues that are really confronting PCN for now has to do with register and go, and the issue of sales and marketing representatives of our companies. And that of the sales and marketing has been very, very difficult for us to tackle, because every month we receive letters, queries, memos concerning some individuals who have carried companies' car, carry their product, carry their money, even some working for 3 companies at the same time. And at the end of the day, the money that the companies have suffered to gather to do their businesses just filter away. Okay. It's still going on, and some pharmacists have been taken to the disciplinary committee. Why some? As we were chasing them, they ran away. We decided to involve EFCC in this matter. And the EFCC now asked us, what is the relationship between us and this mostly the non-pharmacists in the pharmaceutical landscape? And really there was nothing binding us. So most of those medical reps, or the sales reps or marketers or whatever, who are stealing companies' money, we couldn't go far with EFCC. So, and during the reign of Pharmacist Benga Falabi as your chairman, we have to put our heads together to come up with this code of practice for pharmaceutical and sales representative in Nigeria. And that document is undergoing gazetting from Federal Minister of Health to Federal Minister of Justice, and I believe in a few months' time it will come into play. And that document will now be a source of connection between us and these individuals, so that if there's any case concerning any of them, they can be summoned to council and they can be made to pass through disciplinary committee, and then EFCC will now have opportunity to help us to track this money and track these individuals, because this document is going to be a document that will link us with them. It's only pharmacists we can handle as of today because of the licensure they have with us. Any other person in the pharmaceutical landscape that is not licensed or we don't have a grip of them, we will not have control over them. So with the inputs of NAIP under the leadership of Pharmacist Falabi, we're able to come up with this document. As I said, the document also has gone through Federal Minister of Health. From Federal Minister of Health, Ministry of Justice has sat, digested it, and put whatever they want to put. And the document will be out soon. And with that, we should be able to bring some sanity on these individuals who will carry stock, sell, take money away, run away, go to another company, do the same, run away, go to another company, do the same, and run away. But with this, we should be able to now regulate and control the practice of pharmaceutical marketers and salesmen. And also, one of the major objectives of this document is to provide minimum academic professional standards and requirements for pharmaceutical representatives, marketers, sales representatives, and allied players in the pharmaceutical industry, including the licensing process and procedure and code of practice. This, I will want to plead that we'll need the contribution of NAIP. I'm sure the NAIP Academy is still there. We'll definitely have to talk on this and probably come up with an MOU between NAIP and PCN so that it will not be Elijah Mohammed and the chairman of NAIP, but it will be two organizations that will now come together and see how we can be able to put in place those minimum academic and professional standards that are required, so that there must be some training for these individuals before they are allowed into the pharmaceutical landscape. And that will also probably help us in further licensure of these individuals if they don't meet certain standards that are required. We all need to put our hands together to ensure that the pharmaceutical landscape is good for us all. And also, from this, definitely, there will be promotion of ethical practice among these pharmaceutical marketers, sales representatives, and other allied players. So I want to plead for your cooperation and support to ensure that this is done. And with the coming of the new pharmacy law, it will give a very strong bite to this document. And I believe we will be happier, most especially the investors in the pharmaceutical landscape, and their money can now be saved, be traced, and be able to consolidate and move on with your business. There's a lot of, the document includes, there's objectives, why the document is being put in place. Part 2 includes accreditation and certification of pharmaceutical and sales representatives. Part 3, accreditation and certification of sales representatives, where we will need your academy. Part 4, code of practice for pharmaceutical and sales representative in Nigeria. So once the document comes out, we'll make it available to everyone. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. So please, we just need you to take group photograph. That will mark the end of this session. Group photograph, please. Please, group photograph. What's that? Just mention, I'll bring it. Okay. Yes, we want to be sure that. Hold on, the chairman wants to. Are you okay now? Almost. Makeup artist, please come and just do some touch up. Thank you very much. The chairman of this session would want to say a few words and hand the mic over to me. Prof, please. Okay. To round up. Yes. I'll get it to him. I'll get it to him. Yes, I cannot be found wanting. Who's one? Okay.
Let me thank everybody for today's event. I think today's event had been extremely rich. Starting from the opening remarks from Dr. Monica Emujeze, who was kind enough to provide a partnership for me while the I-table was still on the ground floor. She covered the need for us to have a strong partnership with regulatory and to strengthen regulatory units of firms and encouraged us to use technology to drive regulation and for capacity building, to drive knowledge, skills, and attitude. The chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, was able to speak to us about the NAIP Academy for Managers and Executive Directors, spoke about ethical practices of reps, and what he said earlier had been confirmed by the registrar, the need for us to have licensure of sales rep that enables us to follow them up. He had had a very useful collaboration with academia for the discovery, production, and marketing of new medicines as nutraceuticals. Considering the fact that Nigeria has an advantage in agric, he did mention that we can even export them to hand forex. And so Dr. Adewale, if he's still here, would have been able to say, we are going to be handing forex hopefully. And had very strong partnership with NAFSA. And even though there are about 30, only 10% of about 300 manufacturers submitted things related to public debt, which is estimated at about 3 billion government debt. And that DRF units are owing NAIP members, and that the industry not making much contribution to national economy. I think through collaboration, through commitment, through competency and use of technology, we can change the narratives. Professor Martin Semeje, a great speaker and a great mentor to me, who has said it's not necessary to go to school to be a salesman, so I'm going to learn from him how to be a better salesman without having any formal training. He spoke about the local voodoo medicines, and which can naturally, in the science journals, will be treated as placebo effect. But in reality, it's our job. I remember doing my electives in my final year in the university. ABU runs electives to prepare first degree holders for master's degree. And my elective was in drug design. And the reality of it is that if we take most of our of our nutraceuticals that is in crude form now, take them to the lab, analyze them, we can commercialize many. And most of the products of, what is that company called? Live Well or something where? This GNC here and the other one, the one that's very popular from US. Forever. These are nutraceuticals. There's no reason why pharmacies should not dominate nutraceuticals, why we should not dominate cosmetics. Because I remember we producing lotion that should not break, if you remember, in the lab. So we should actually be the domineering people there. So I really listened to our chairman, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, and it therefore came to the conclusion that we need to make much contribution to economy. Professor Major therefore came here and said, African have medicines, we have fabs. We have good bone setters, orthopedics. The need to increase our understanding of African medicine, the need for NAIP to work together with NAPA and reverse the modern day slavery. So that when people find fulfillment in practicing pharmacy here, they will not need to go. And he reminded us that we would normally, hello please, this is my class. I do not want people to talk at the back. If you want to talk, please get out. The rest of us want to listen effectively. You know, teachers, when they are in class, they don't like any side noise. So, I'm basically a teacher, so. Thank you. No, just ordinary teacher. Ordinary teacher with chalk and blackboard. NAFDAC approval is needed before WHO, and I think the NAFDAC representative is here in a strong person of Dr. Imujeze. And I believe we need to understand that many do not understand that NAFDAC approval is more important than WHO approval. Once we get NAFDAC approval, it's a step towards whatever approval we need for the rest of the world. Professor Chimeze Anyakura spoke about the 1 billion was used to bring in raw materials to Nigeria every year. And imagine if we invest 1 billion in the pharma industry itself. It will change the narratives and influence generations positively. He He spoke about the industrial park in places like Ethiopia, industrial park that we are about to set up in the Ebonyi State will improve government policy, economic development, employment opportunities, export. It will attract more investment. Innovation will be encouraged. With about 106 acres of land acquired, partners alignment, banks supporting, we can create real estate, real community, including hotels. And he therefore advised that we should continue to grow this partnership. It takes multiple sets of executives to do this. And my prayer, like I said earlier, is that the coming executive should understand that a solid foundation has been laid by Ignatius and build on it. Because if we do not continue, we will have set us backward by many years. Dr. Tolu Lokpe-Adewale of NHDIC, Sovereign Wealth Investment Authority, spoke about funding, spoke about 3.75 billion that is useful and dedicated to infrastructure and a Greek. He spoke about the health economics of chronic therapy versus acute therapy and said that if we can collaborate and focus on chronic therapy area and produce a number of things, it will change the narratives. He advised us to do bankable projects for scaling up and that he encouraged us, we can go into global supply chain and key into it, particularly in period of pandemics when China was shut down and the global supply chain was shut down. He therefore encouraged us to go on manpower development and aggregate resources to change narratives on scale. He concluded by looking at the challenges and made strong recommendations, including consolidation, address corporate governance, bankable business plan, and build a financial structure to attract both local and foreign capital. Mr. Chika Waja, representing Yusuf Filipila of CBN, spoke about the guidelines in place to support pharma industry. Please, let's read this guideline. When I went through the guideline, I found out that many companies can actually overcome the hurdles, and CBN will be willing to provide funding. The fund is there, but it's not available to the industry because many of us do not have audited accounts. If we have audited accounts and there's corporate governance in place. My brother and my mentor, and the only person who can add or remove my name from the registrar, Dr. Elijah Mohammed, Double Prophet, spoke about the challenge of register and go, says our marketing team, problem in the industry, they carry money, they carry product, they carry car. The only thing they've not carried is to carry the MD and go with the MD. The need for us to set up this NAIP committee, the need for us to also document. I've just started in the pharma industry where I serve on the board, that every year they will collect all the pharmacists, their registration name and everything, registered number, and we will send it to Pharmacist Council. We used to do this when I was in Pfizer. And I think the more we do this, the less the likelihood of any of these people. Ladies and gentlemen, he's working on a gazette to summon sales rep and help through EFCC. And that there's a need for MOU between NAIP and PCN. These are the summary of the things I put together. You know, the work of a chairman is the work of secretary. It's just to let you know that I actually listened. And I wanted you as well to be able to keep so much to all the things we have shared today reveals the importance of pharmacy. Whenever I have an opportunity to speak to pharmacy like I had today, I always remind you, there's no course as good as pharmacy. None. There's no course in the world where you score less than 0. Pharmacy is the only course where you can score -60 in dispensing. It's the only course. So when I meet my colleagues in A-levels who did mass physics, and they went to do elect engineering, and they think they are the most brilliant, I tell them, the worst mark you can ever have is 0. I'm far much more brilliant, because I can score -60 in my exam. And we do not talk of classmates in pharmacy. We talk of graduating set. Because about 1/3 of the people who started, we actually graduate. 1/4 repeats part 1, 1/4 repeats part 2. By the time you are finishing, you are not sure if they were your classmate or graduating set. So, for many who have survived pharmacy, you have everything that it takes to survive and to do well wherever you are. But therefore, set standard. I'm a very, very proud pharmacist. The first thing you will see in my office, even though My mentor, Dr. Lulu Ojo, calls me VC. No, I'm an honorary teacher, but the first thing you see in my teaching hall, as you step in, the first poster you see is my promise as a pharmacist. So that people will know I'm not doing what I'm doing in business school now because I'm such a great academician. No, I'm doing what I'm doing because I'm first and foremost a pharmacist. He created that foundation for me. There are 16 locations. There are 16 locations where BSN is located, Business School Netherlands. Nigeria was the number 13th. In 5 years of a pharmacist managing the school, we became the biggest school in the world. Then China joined us as number 14, and then they overtook us in terms of number. So we are number 2 now. So when we were going to number 16th location, which is Egypt, we had three people who presented partnership with, and I was a member of the committee who we select. One of them was a pharmacist, he's a pharmacist who is now a consultant, trying to run the school. I said, because I'm a pharmacist, that's why Nigeria grew that fast. We took the pharmacist for Egypt. Pharmacy can actually make a big difference. Show that difference in your company, make a big difference because you are competing with people who are not pharmacists. And if you do not show that pharmacy makes a difference in your life, then they will treat you as if you are just an adjunct. The core center of pharmaceutical industry is pharmacists. So you must therefore be knowledgeable, not just about pharmacy. It's not enough for you to talk about pharmacy. Look at what Dr. Adewale is talking about. Sharpen your skill on financial management, on marketing literacy, on strategy, on many other aspects that the industry has offered you. I never went to any additional school except MBA. And I started to teach strategy because of the experience I learned about strategy in the pharma industry. The reason is that there's so much to learn in the pharma industry if we are willing to learn. But if you keep on riding on the pride of the fact that you study pharmacy first degree and there's nothing more to learn, the world is moving, technology is moving, and technology is taking us to a new level where those who studied 5 years ago can be like an illiterate today. I want to encourage you to please put in your best, that energy, that physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, social, and cultural energy that you put into making it in pharmacy school. Put it in the industry. The industry will become far bigger. And don't forget competence, don't forget character, don't forget commitment, and do not forget the last important C, collaboration. God bless you.
Please, I think we can decide if we want to clap or not. And you must agree that the chairman was the most attentive person in this session. Exactly. So you may sit down now. Lunch is served. And this is the order of going to take lunch. We'll start with the high table. This table. They will move now. So can we stand and go to take our meal? You remain seated until I come to your table. I am the official LASMA of this occasion. And then bridging any traffic regulation is a serious offense in Lagos. So we have 30 minutes for lunch because AGM starts exactly 2 o'clock. So when I come to your table, you would move to collect your meal. We have 2 serving points today, so we're going to have our meal in half the time we used to have it yesterday. I would like to meanwhile recognize the chairman of PDAN, Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. He has been here with us. Ernest Okafor. You're welcome, sir. He's here. He's here. And wait, let's see if these big men have started serving. Okay. All right, please, members of the high table, collect your meal.